So good morning everyone viewing on YouTube. Welcome to the BEAR Competitions Cookstown 100, and what a fantastic day we're having so far with the weather, and it's to continue throughout the whole weekend. Thanks for tuning in, and again we'll be bringing you everything live here, from live commentary, live timing, obviously live very hot racing due this weekend indeed. The newcomers are going out now. Newcomer Group A for their newcomer laps. That's the track car just away from us now, so they will be going out on track here very shortly, and it's great to be back here at the Cookstown 100. Qualifying sessions then will continue until this afternoon, where there's going to be 3 lot of races, but again we will keep an ear out if there's any changes. Don't forget to subscribe, become a member if you like. It all helps towards equipment, and of course the more subscribers, the more followers we have, the more equipment we can get, and the more that we can bring to you at home. If you are making it down this weekend, give us a wee shout. If we have any time, we'll give you a wee shout out as well. Don't forget to get involved in the live chat, and we'll get a wee bit of crack going throughout the weekend as well. But today is primarily a day for practice and a day for qualifying, so a lot of the riders, probably their first time out this weekend, so they're just blowing the cobwebs off. So any minute now the newcomers will be out. You can see them down there, raring to go. Again, if you're just joining us here at the track, welcome to the BEAR Competition Cookstown 100. You can see a few people scattered about, and again qualifying, the crowds will be huge later on, no doubt, and tomorrow. So we're looking forward to some Very close racing indeed. So the majority of the newcomers are out on the track now. This is Group A. And just a few last minute manoeuvres around the track. And we'll be ready to go any minute now. With Paul Jordan there on his Ducati, the V2 going out for a spin. It's been a long time from we've seen Paul here. And he will, I think he will be sporting a newcomer's bib this weekend. Neil Kernahan there, number 109. He's one of our instructors as well this weekend for the newcomers. You can see on his lovely livery BMW there. So slight change to machinery this year for Neil Kernahan. Johnny Allen actually riding one of his machines in the Orritor Superbike Championship. The Kernahan Racing R1 Yamaha. So there's the klaxon. The tyre warmers come off. The majority actually don't have tyre warmers on. Of course, they will be going at a slower pace just till they get their heads around the track. So after each lap, they will be gradually going faster and faster until the instructors feel like they just have to ease it off that wee bit, just to keep the newcomers as comfortable as they can. I was listening over one of the newcomers was fresh off the bus, and he's saying he's a lot nervous now than what he was before he got on the bus. So sometimes it depends who's bringing you around. So there they go then. Bela Magagi just letting them, filtering them through. Michael Sweeney, another one of our instructors. And of course, John Burrows. He's riding the R6 Yamaha. Sweeney riding his R6 Yamaha as well. Michael Sweeney's away then with his group, followed by Paul Jordan just tucked in behind. And I've seen a very familiar face there indeed. So Milky Quail on the grid with his son Liam Quail. He'll be riding in the Supersport class, so he's out in his Supersport 600 Honda, I think that was he was on. So John Burrows away then. Dennis Booth, always great to see Dennis Booth in the paddock, always smiling. Neil Kernahan now leads his group away. So all the machines now have left the grid. If the newcomer B could start getting themselves ready, please. I see a few machines already in the holding area. So it's not going to take them long getting around this circuit. Only 2.1 miles. They head down towards Gorton Corner. Won't take them long. Jumping up towards McAdoo Bends. Quite a tricky wee track and quite technical, as I said earlier. The newcomers, probably the first time they've ever actually jumped a motorbike, and it won't take them long getting used to it. Lap record then, 1 minute 22, 91.7 mile an hour lap. course, that was Michael Dunlop last year. Machines Aaron McCann away through. Billy Harker as well. Great to see Billy joining us this weekend for the first time. Adam Randall. And that was Paul Jordan on the V2 way through, just dropping back a little bit. Of course, it's been a long time from Paul Jordan's been at the Cookstown 100. And he's really just using this as an extra practice session. John Burrows away through. Again, Brett McCallum, Billy Harker, Adrian Hudson. Seen Brett earlier. Oh, another rider, always smiling. Jordan Larkin, Ross Quinn out there too. Here's Dennis Booth. Jordan Larkin just tucked right in behind Dennis there. Of course, these instructors are very experienced indeed. Neil Kernahan just sitting up on that BMW. Remember, over 200 brake horsepower, and he's just ticking over with the Supersport machines in behind him. So again, the newcomer bees, if you can make your way to the holding area. So again, the Superbike lap record held by Michael Dunlop. 91.7 mile an hour lap. Supersport still held Adam McLean. That was in 2001.
Supersport lap record.
Plenty of Supersport machines out here, of course, with this the new next generation as well. So the next generation machines, the older Supersport machines really struggling. The likes of the R9. Michael Sweeney reckons he's going to have a tough weekend against these R9s and the V2 Ducatis. These machines of their motor ignition systems. So a lot of them had to remove their Motec. And it's really shown this season. Even test days like the Kyrgyzstan is really starting to show that the older machines, they are struggling indeed. So with this track, the big long straights, and then getting out of the road ends as well, I think the R9's gonna and the V2s are gonna have the legs on them, but we'll soon see as they move into qualifying. So the track conditions are obviously very dry indeed, but the condition itself, the tarmac, seems to be very good. There was a bit of tarmac just broke off during last week, but they did a great job. They jumped at it as quickly as they could. They got it fixed, and it's better than ever. Barry Davis on the way through there, riding Lee Osprey's R6 Yamaha. He's going to be riding that later on in the classic Superbikes. So you can tell now the instructors are really starting to push on now. Michael Sweeney well and truly tucked in behind that screen. John Burrows a wee bit more reserved, going through there. Dennis Booth as well. You can see Dennis has his rain light on. There's no need for that this weekend, Dennis. See Dennis Booth just really starting to push now. Neil Kernahan as well. Just waiting for their last lap.
So again, another call for Group B for the newcomers to the holding area. Again, as you can notice, the newcomers just in behind Barry, they're awful close to him, and sometimes that's
not the best of ideas.
You can't see past the bike in front of you. You're sort of going in blind in the corners. The track sometimes can be bad enough, never mind. With someone
right in front of you, you're not able to see. Quail has the right idea. So Quail and he's able to see an awful lot more of the track. .255 away through there. That's Ross Quinn. So Ross Quinn out in his own. Sometimes they drop back to get a good blast
out of the last couple of laps.
Checkered flag being flown there for John Burrows' group.
In the swing of things.
Brett McCann, Aaron McCann, Fred McMullen, Paul O'Rourke away through. Dennis Booth followed by Jordan Larkin and Adrian Hudson. As the last group comes down towards us then, along with
Neil Kernahan. Stuck to him like glue throughout that session. Here comes Ross Quinn then, the last across the line then. So the newcomer B are going out next. They'll be making their way out onto the road here any second now as the travelling marshal. Don't forget folks, if you think the last machine's away past you, you have to keep an eye out for the travelling marshal. The pink bib, I think it matches his eyes very well. So the pink bib heading right along with the track car. BEAR Competitions up the side of it. And again, there's any competitions throughout the weekend. You can see the BEAR Competitions truck in the paddock. You go say hello to the guys and maybe they'll slip you a tenner or so.
So Group B are now heading out onto the grid. So there we go then, the klaxon has been sounded for tyre warmers to be removed, and Group B will be going out here very soon. You go on Everard there on the Bell Bike Sport B&W Yamaha, the number 74 machine. Shane Carroll, number 48, on an R6 Yamaha. See the instructors again, Neil Kernahan, Dennis Booth, John Burrows there, and Barry Davis, unfortunately, his father lost his life during the week, passed away, and our sincere condolences to Barry Davison, and we will surely remember Sammy this weekend. So Michael Sweeney has opted for his BMW this time, so the instructors getting a good chance here to get a spin on their own bikes and blow the cobwebs off and get an extra couple of laps around this Cookstown Orritor Circuit. So Darrell Tweed out on his Fireblade this time round. Chris Gray on his 400 Kawasaki. Dennis Booth again. Followed by number 113, that's Graham Neal. And Andrew McCrum, number 43, he's out on his 500 classic machine. And some of you will remember his father, Robert McCrum. He's done as many laps around here. He could near ride right around the world, the amount of miles that he's done around Cookstown. So we've got a new era of McCrums on the road racing scene. Andrew McCrum. Group already through. A few Super Twins there, following Barry Davison. The qualifying sessions will be coming up very, very shortly with the Supersport Group A. Session number 3 in your programs. So Supersport Group A, if you can think about making your way to the holding area, you'll get your qualifying session up and going here very soon indeed. Dunlop there, number 254. Great to see Gareth out doing what he knows best. And young Dennis Booth once again. A couple of Moto 3 machines out there as well, and of course, if you've seen on social media, Michael Dunlop will be riding the John Burroughs Moto 3 machine. So it'll be great to see Michael Dunlop out on a Moto 3 bike. And it will surely feel like a wee toy to him after jumping off the Ducatis. So newcomers on track: Stuart Heason, Christian Boyles, Ian Carroll, Ian Lynch, Speak of the Devil, number 66 away through there. Christian Boyles, Ian Lynch, Owen Everard, Shane Doran, Zeb Evandine, and Joseph Loughlin. Joe Loughlin back out again. Remember Joe, number 3 winner, top runner, the Northwest 200. So Joe Loughlin riding the partner transport machine this season. Hopefully he'll be out at most of the tracks, most of the races this year. Don Gilbert as well. Don Gilbert, done a podcast recently with Don Gilbert. Very interesting indeed. And he enjoys his road racing, loves Mackay, and I'm sure we've all heard stories of Mackay. It can be some very interesting stories indeed. Once again on that classic machine. Louis 125. Always great to have the 2 strokes here. Some nostalgia, the smell, the sounds. So it won't be long before this session comes to an end. So the Supersport 600A, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. It would be greatly appreciated. We'll get things moving. A lot to go through today. A lot of qualifying, including, fingers crossed, 3 races. So the 3 races later on, the Classic Superbikes, Super Twins, and the Open A Invitation races. Can't forget about the big race at the end of the day. Them singles go through, popping and banging there. Darrell Tweed just making sure his group is still tucked in behind him. Christian Boyle's away through again on his ZX6 machine. Starting to get the hammer down now. You notice a lot of newcomers, very spread out now. Again, what they're doing just in these last couple of laps is allowing themselves to get a good burst before the checkered flag. Of course, they'll be going into their qualifying later, and they'll feel a wee bit like a duck out of water, and as the pace will be a lot hotter than what it is now for some of these newcomers, and it can be very nerve-wracking for them. Of course, throughout the whole of the qualifying session, throughout the whole of practice, they will be wearing their bibs. A lot of the more experienced riders, they will know exactly who they're coming up against. So once they see that bib, they will give them a lot more room. So there's absolutely nothing to be worried about. Just a wee bit daunting sometimes, especially if it is their first road race. But with that bib on during practice, the experienced riders will know what to do. There's Neil Kernahan. Again, Neil Kernahan is a wee bit of getting used to with that BMW as well. Again, don't forget. So he's opted just to park the R1 for now. Christian Boyle's away through once again. Really trucking now on that ZX6, and I'm sure they've done plenty of laps throughout the past couple of weeks. So again, just a reminder for everyone in and around the track, and if you want to see a wee bit of something different at the line, we are streaming it here live at the start and finish on Commentary Corner 72 YouTube. As the checkered flag is going out, of course, if you're not able to make it, or if you have a family member that's not able to make it, they can watch it from wherever they are around the world. So checker flag out then, and the Supersport machines, a few bikes there in the holding area, and they'll be making their way out on the track as soon as the road is clear for the start of their qualifying sessions. Just starting it opening up that wee bit. Of course, they'll still be pushing, not pushing, but they'll be going quick enough throughout this cool down lap, just so they can get another fast lap in, and then they'll start to slow in and around the Bray side. Dennis Booth away through there, just letting the newcomers past. You'll see that sometimes in certain road races, that the instructors will let the newcomers pass and let them do their own thing if they think that they're riding safe enough and they've got enough knowledge of the track. Sort of an unwritten rule with 3 years at each road race, so you take your time, you learn it well, you get your 3 years behind you before you really start to think about being up at the pointy end, as I would say. So as a reminder of the newcomers make their way back round to us here, if the Supersport A, Group A machines to the holding area for the start of the qualifying sessions here at the BEAR Competitions Cookstown 100. So the Supersport machine's heading out onto the track now. Paul Jordan's machine first on the road then. He wants a good clear road ahead of him for this qualifying session. You don't want to be starting to get into any battles, any fights during qualifying, because you can only start to slow each other up. But of course, at the same time, you want to pick a rider. Usually it's one of the faster ones, just to try and give you a wee bit of a tow along. So Paul Jordan riding the Jackson Racing, the V2 Ducati. The number 22 machine. All black with a silver tank. And it does look very menacing indeed.
Michael, not this one. What's the 300 that he Michael's in?
Model 3. It's a 250.
So, well, that's not record. Where's the? But he should be in this one. Supersport A or B. The one of these, the other one.
Yeah, on his Ducati. So there we go, the klaxon sounded already. Kevin Keys there alongside Paul Jordan on his Derricore R6 Yamaha. Martin Morris there. Paddy McColgan. Thumbs up from Paddy, ready to go. He had a wee slip off at Bishopsport last weekend, but the bike is looking mint again. He's looking mint again, and he's ready and raring to go for this one. So the bikes are away then, on their second lap, and they're coming round, trying to get as best a drive as they can out of the Bray side, just up from us here. To get a good drive down this long straight. Gavin Lavery away then on the trainer's Yamaha. Stephen Deegan. So one of the last machines away there. And again, obviously this is the first time a lot of these machines are out on track. So they were getting a quick enough sighting lap, but of course they don't have an awful lot of time to get a qualifying time down. So they will be getting an awful lot of drive, or as much of the drive as they can, out of Brayside down this long straightaway. And then braking hard into the first corner. Gordon's corner, real tight right-hander, and then the road tightens up on you as well, and it gets quite technical right the whole way up to McAdoo Bends. So a couple of first gear corners here, depend on the gearing of course, and you have to check the wind conditions. No free practice or anything of course, so everything has to be absolutely perfect. As the first machine goes through there, it is Paul Jordan. And talk about a clear road ahead of him. He's a country mile there by himself, followed by Kevin Keys and Graham McAleese. Jonathan Gormley and Marcus Simpson are together. Great to see Marcus Simpson back with us once again here at the Cookstown. Martin Morris away through. Keegan Kenny, Anthony McColgan. Liam Quayle, John Morris, Adrian Hudson, Sean Buckle and Dennis Booth together on track, and Stephen Degnan looking for gears there on his ZX6 machine. So again, this is what we're talking about, the wind direction, wind speed, and he's digging, just struggling for gears there, looking for extra cogs in that gearbox. He can come in, he can change it for the race later on, but then the wind direction can change, or the wind can die off. So here's Paul Jordan once again, up round Braysay, coming back down towards us, putting some lap times on the board now. A 125.6 for Paul Jordan, 88.3 miles an hour. So the Supersport lap record again held by Adam McLean. An 89.5 mile an hour lap, a 124.4. And I'm sure we'll be seeing some lap records broken this weekend. Kevin Keys away through there. Marcus Simpson just ahead of him, a 131.7 for Marcus Simpson. Graham McAleese, a 134.7. Kevin Lavery, a 137.5 for Lavery. Paddy McColgan, a 139.2. So Paul Jordan fastest at the minute. John Marsh away through there. Sean Buckle, Dennis Booth at the back of that group, up into 7th at the minute. But Paul Jordan fastest with a 125.6. Marcus Simpson second with a 131.7. Kevin Keys third fastest at the minute, a 132.0, but we'll have to let them settle themselves on track. Kevin Kenny currently in 4th for Kenny. Graham McAleese in 5th. There's Paul Jordan again, faster again. A 125.1, just chipping away. You can hear the overrun of that Ducati as it pops and bangs his way through Gorton Corner. Just mute. So, just an announcement for the paddock. So, any riders that aren't in their own group, so this is the Supersport A group, Supersport B are next. If you're not in the correct group, you will not be getting out. I repeat, if you're not in your correct group, you will not be getting out. So, all the Supersport A should be on track here now. And the Supersport Bs are up next, so if you don't have the correct permit, unfortunately you won't be getting out. So Paul Jordan faster again that time, a 124.5. So close to that record already. Paul Jordan, 89.4 mile an hour lap there from Paul Jordan. The lap record is 89.5. Absolutely nothing in it at all. That P2 Ducati is absolutely singing. So already here in qualifying practice, the first handful of laps, and we're looking at lap record pace. Kevin Keys up into 2nd place then, a 129.3 for Kevin. Marcus Simpson in 3rd, a 129.4. Kevin Kenny 4th. Kenny with a 131.3. Martin Marsh 5th, a 133.3. John Buckle away across the line there, up in the 5th place. A 133.2 for Buckle. But there's no mistaking Paul Jordan on the Jackson Racing Ducati. Absolutely blowing it out of the water here. 124.5, 89.4 mile an hour lap as the checkered flag is being waved down below us here. So Supersport B will be up next. If you're not already in the holding area, please make your way there as quickly as you can. Here's Paul Jordan across the line then. Slightly slower that time. That was a 1:48. He might have just went wide ever so slightly. But again, that record pace straight away. Kevin Keys across the line, holding on to that second place. Oh, Marcus Simpson on the triumph, up into second. A 1:29.1 for Simpson. Of course, a combined qualifying then for Group B. So we'll get the official qualifying whenever Group B come back in round into the paddock. But Marcus Simpson second at the minute with a 1:29.1. Kevin Keys third, a 1:29.3. Johnny Gormley away through. Kearney finished 14th. Paddy McColgan in 11th at the minute. Adrian Hudson then. Number 37, machine across the line, holding on to that 10th place. So it looks like Paul Jordan fastest, a 1:24.5. Marcus Simpson second with a 1:29.1. Kevin Keys in third, a 1:29.3. Kevin Kenny in fourth, a 1:30.6. Martin Morris in fifth, a 1:32.5. Sean Buckle sixth with a 1:33 dead there for Sean Buckle. Graham McAlee seventh, a 1:33.9. Kevin Lavery qualifies in eighth so far, a 1:34 for Kevin Lavery. John Marsh in ninth, a 1:35.3. Adrian Hudson in 10th with a 1:35.3. Nothing in it there between them per. Anthony McColgan in 11th, a 1:35.9. Dennis Booth 12th, a 1:36.2. Liam Quayle in 13th, a 1:36.6. Jonathan Gormley in 14th with a 1:37.9. And your top 15 in this group is Stephen Dagnan, a 1:40.4. So again, another call for Supersport B to the holding area, please. That's Supersport B. And remember, if you're not in the correct group, you won't be going out. So make sure you have the correct permits to go out onto the track, because we don't want the track flooded with too many machines. So that's Group A making their way into the paddock. Again, you can see the machines just making their way through the paddock, through the top gate. So they're just waiting a couple of lorries to make their way through. Of course, it is a working business, and we do try and work as best as we can with the companies. So any time that there's a wee bit of a chance just to nip them in and out, so there might be a couple of delays, that'll give you the spectators a good chance to move to a different position. So again, next up then, the Supersport B. If you can have your permits ready, please, and make your way to the holding area, and you'll be out on the road here any second now. But what a result there for Paul Jordan on the Jackson Racing machine. A 1:24.5, 89.4 mile an hour lap. And the lap record is 89.5. Absolutely nothing in it, and this bodes well for Paul Jordan later on this weekend. Of course, Paul Jordan will be riding the Jackson Racing Fireblade as well this weekend, and we'll hopefully see him out. We will see him out later and we'll see him out in the race later on this afternoon. Remember, 3 races this afternoon: the Classic Superbikes, the Super Twin B, and the Open A Invitation race. That is the fastest 23 from qualifying. So after this next qualifying session, we will get a combined qualifying. We'll just wait for confirmation through our wonderful timekeepers here. So the men with all the facts, and we'll put them all together and see who lines up where. But Supersport B up next. So the Supersport machines heading out on the track. Michael Sweeney doing a wee bit of a marathon there by the looks of it. Again, just wanting to get to the front of the grid as quickly as possible. Darrell Tweed on the Novo Gen Stanley Stewart Racing Triumph. Stanley getting his hands mucky here, getting the tyre warmers on. Trying to make himself look busy. Julian Trummer. So Julian Trummer on lining up on the far left. Another Triumph machine. And behind Darrell Tweed then, Liam Chalk. Andy Farrell there too, number 96 machine. Great to see Andy back with us at Cookstown. Paul Cranston. New colours this season for Paul Cranston. And that, he bought that machine off McAdoo. And just pure Paul Cranston style, kept it in the McAdoo colours all season. But with the Miller Racing colours now for Paul Cranston. Just in behind Liam Chalk. Michael Gann there. Opting for Suzuki this season as well. Way to go then, Darrell Tweed. No hanging about there for Darrell Tweed. Straight out of the blocks, trying to get the hammer down as quickly as he can, just so he can get a bit of a clear road. Sean Brawley, number 99, on that Ducati again, Sean Brawley. And a great start to the season last year. So it was a close race. Last year, with Kevin Canny and Sean Brawley in the senior support class, Canny getting the better of him. Sean Brawley opting for that Ducati once again this season. And no doubt he'll be up at the sharp end. He's looking good. He's looking fit. And we'll be keeping a close eye on him, so the machines won't be long till they're coming around. Again, Joe Loughlin, I've never seen him out on the grid there, but he should be out on the Parker Racing Yamaha. Here we go then. Darrell Tweed, followed by Michael Sweeney. Cross the line, Michael Sweeney on the R6. Julian Trummer. Second to the Triumph machines out on track. Michael Gann then, closely followed by Liam Chalk, Andy Farrell, Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston, Brawley just tucked in behind him there. And Brawley just moved over the left-hand side. Again, trying to get past before heading back up towards McAdoo Bends. Flies your way through there, Darrell Trapp and Gareth Arnold. So this time round they'll be starting to put times on the boards, and this next couple of laps will mean everything for the race and the rest of the weekend. That's why you have to push nearly from the very beginning. So here they come then. Michael Sweeney gained a bit of ground there on Darrell Tweed. Again, they don't want to get mixed up with each other here. So at the minute, Sweeney's fastest, 127.9 from Darrell Tweed in second, and 128.4. Julian Trummer out in his own then. Getting well tucked in behind the screen of that Triumph. A 134.3 for Trummer. Liam Chalk's back ahead of Michael Gann this time round. So the two Suzukis are going at it. Sean Brawley up into third on the Ducati, 133.2 for Brawley. Julian Trummer demoted to fourth place at 133.3. Joe Loughlin is out there on the Parker transport machine. He's currently in ninth place as Lee Hara goes through up into sixth. But again, the names will be jumping up and down the timing screens here till they settle themselves. But Michael Sweeney is determined this weekend. He did say he's going to struggle against these next generation machines. But he's certainly off to a good start. A 127.9, a wee bit of work to do. 86.0 mile an hour lap there, compared to the 89.4 of Paul Jordan earlier on. Here he comes in. Faster again from Sweeney, and he's bringing Darrell Tweed with him. So this is going to drop Darrell Tweed's times quite a bit here the next couple of laps. That was a 127.6 for Sweeney. Darrell Tweed a 128.1 that time when Julian Trummer back up into third place for Trummer, a 133.1. So the next session to make their way to the holding area, the lightweight classic and the classic GP 125 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. Joe Loughlin, Ryan Whitehall, Mark Jackson all the way through. So again, there's new machinery this season for Whitehall. You'll see him out on that Suzuki later. Mark Jackson just in behind in 12th place. Dar Trapp in 13th. And speak of the devil, and he shall arrive, a 138.9 that time round for Darrell Trapp. He stays in that 13th at the minute. So here comes Gareth Arnold away through. He's about to get a freight there from Michael Sweeney and Darrell Tweed as they drop down the gearbox and tip into Gordon's corner. That was 126.8 that time from Sweeney. Darrell Tweed a 127.1. Julian Trummer a 131.3. Back up to third place. John Brawley then. Oh, Brawley steals it from Trummer once again. Back up into third place. A 128.7 for Brawley. Andy Farrell up into fifth now, a 133.2. And Paul Cranston jumped up the timing screens there up into eighth, a 134.6, apologies. Lee Hara currently in 10th place. Ryan Whitehall and Mark Jackson still together on track. So another call for session 5 in the programs there. Lightweight classics, classic GP machines to the holding area. Darrell Trapp away through. We've got Darrell Tweed with the fastest lap. No Michael Sweeney then. So Darrell Tweed away through, a 126.7 for Darrell Tweed. So here comes Sweeney. Big wheelie across the line, just looked like he was pointing down at his dash there. But Michael Sweeney second fastest in that one. What a lap there. Last lap for Darrell Tweed, a 126.7. Michael Sweeney a 126.8. Nothing in it there. And again, this bodes well for the racing later on this weekend. Sean Brawley currently in third. Have to see if he can better that time as he crosses the line. He was by himself, and he is by himself. Brawley across the line. Slower that time, 144.2. Again, just maybe running wide at one of the road ends. But what a result there. Third in this group. Of course, we will have to wait for the official qualifying times being brought to us. But at the minute, in this session, it is Darrell Tweed who was fastest, a 126.7. Michael Sweeney, a 126.8. Sean Brawley in third, a 128.7. Fourth is Julian Trummer, a 130.6. Michael Gann in fifth, a 131.2 on the Suzuki. Andy Farrell in sixth with a 131.7. Liam Chalk in seventh with a 132.8. Lee Hara, great run there for Lee Hara in eighth with a 133.5. Joe Loughlin in ninth, a 133.9. Ryan Whitehall 10th with a 134.3. Paul Cranston 11th with a 134.4. Mark Jackson 12th with a 137.4. Dar Trapp in 13th, a 138.6. So the few riders just now pulling in, not sure whether they're pulling in or not. So Gareth Arnold then 14th with a 140.5. So the lightweight classic GP 125 machines, session 5 in your programs. They should be in the holding area as these Supersport machines make their way back into the paddock. So session 5 in your programs, the lightweight classic GP 125s up next.
Hundred machines.
Yeah, it took us quite a few years now to get this together like this, but it's unbelievable. You know, we have top BSB riders here, we've got top Ireland riders here, we've got people from all over the place, and the crowds this morning, you know, the sun's out. What more could you wish for? Motorbikes and the sun.
It's attracted some of the biggest names from the past and present of motorcycling in the United Kingdom, including current British Superbike champion Kyle Ryde, who is riding a 250cc Yamaha.
It's very fun to be here. Not many people get to ride a 250 from 1999. So yeah, very lucky, very fortunate. Enjoying myself and yeah, just keep having fun.
Ryde not just attending for fun, the Superbike star also setting a new lap record for 250cc machinery. Fellow British Superbike competitor Danny Kent is as former world champion in the Moto3 class and rides for a Northern Ireland-based team.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be here. You know, the team, obviously, they came here last year. I wasn't able to make it, and you know, we put it in the calendar quite early in the year for us to be here. So yeah, even better with the sun being out. But it's just nice to actually race the bike without actually, you know, just with it being a bit chilled. You know, obviously on BSB weekends, you got your nerves, but no, here it's just good to have a good crack with the team and have some fun.
Kent going on to win the Open Invitation event for Superbikes, while Staffordshire's Storm Stacey is another rider who is at the top of the British Championship.
Oh, yeah, it's mega. Just to come away, enjoy myself, have a nice weekend away. It's just, yeah, just enjoy riding bikes. That's why I started doing it at the end of the day, is just to ride bikes. It's fun. You stop thinking. It's just, yeah, it's just mega, isn't it? And to see a load of people, always good.
But the event also attracts many stars from yesteryear. Twice British champion Jamie Whittam enthralled by the turnout of classic machinery.
Well, I love this event. I don't know whether I'm going to love going round. I mean, I'll be the slowest man out there. I brought my leathers and everything. I'm going to have a potter out, but all the aggression's gone. I like riding bikes now. I probably like actually riding more. I like racing, and I used to like the results, and I like doing all right. But I like riding bikes more now. But I like riding at a steadier pace.
In 1996, Whittam was teammate in the British Championship to Scotsman Niall Mackenzie, the pair finishing first and second in the overall standings. Mackenzie's championship-winning Yamaha YZF 750 on display at the event.
It's funny because we rode them to within an inch of their lives back in the day, but now she's a bit of a special old girl. It's 30 years on, so I'm sure she's still up for it, but I'm just not sure if the rider is. But I really want to look after her. I don't want any mishaps. She looks great in original condition, and I want to take her home like that.
The event also formed part of the Joey Dunlop celebration, with a collection of 25 of Joey's bikes put together to mark.
That's the classic machines on circuit. Barry Davis in number 40. Again, unfortunately, his father passed away a few days ago, so we will be thinking of Barry and Sam this weekend as they line up on the grid. That's Chris Mayer. Great to see Chris Mayer here once again. And such a character he is. John McComsky. Great to see the wee 125 Hondas there. Number 97, Simon Lane as well. There for the first machines on track. Gareth Arnold riding in the 250 Suzuki. Malcolm Love, all out on track at the minute. So a couple of these 125s just on the head of the group here. We'll probably be using tire warmers. Again, classic machines. Not much need for tire warmers. They do use a very sticky compound of tire. And with this temperature and the ground temperature, we haven't got the track temperature here just at the minute. But I'm sure it'll not take long for these tires to warm up. But the 125 Hondas, Chris Mayer away. Robert McCrum as well. So great to see Robert McCrum out. The Jim Gibson 250. Chris Mayer's riding the MZ 125. lovely night, and just look down towards Gorton Corner. Look at the haze of blue smoke. It's great to have that back here at Cookstown. So just looking down there at the lap records. So the lightweight classic, the 125 GP classic yet to be established. The lightweight classic GP 350. Actually, I was surprised, it's held by myself. A 141.5, 74.4 mile an hour lap back in 2019. Oh, it's like a blink of an eye. Just feels like yesterday. That was on the Harry Keys Racing TZ 350 Yamaha as the machines come down towards us now. Chris Mayer. Oh, just listen to that. Chris Mayer away through John McComsky, Simon Lehan, but Barry Davison on the 125 Honda just skips alongside them. Down into Gorton Corner, the first machine then. So just here and there, number 57, Davy Crawford has retired around the circuit. So not a great start there for Davy Crawford. Eddie Gilmore away through there along with Robert McCrum. 250 echoing in the background. 34 and Trevor Stewart. So I'm glad to see Chris Mayer getting that wee 125, that wee MZ 125 over. He did have issues in previous years with security. He had the bike over here, but he needed a new ignition system, and he was trying to walk through the airport with this lump of metal and the wires hanging out of it. I'm sure you could understand security pouncing at that one. So just when he was lining up for security, the blue lights were going, the alarms were going. They thought there was a threat at the airport, but it was just wee Chris and his ignition for the MZ. So there's Barry Davison across the line then, and a good clear road behind him. Oh, look at Malcolm Love. So Malcolm Love is on a charge now. No sign of Chris. Oh, there's Chris Mayer now. Well tucked in behind that screen. Number 122. John McComsky away through there, currently 9th at the minute as the timing screens sort themselves out. But Barry Davison fastest, a 150.1. Richard Ford a 153.8. Malcolm Love in third with a 154.0. Gareth Arnold up into fourth on his wee 250 Suzuki, a 157.2. So senior support up next then. If you want to start making your way to the Holden area, that's senior support group A. And remember, you have to go out in your own group, your own allocated group. If not, you do risk missing out in your qualifying session. So that's senior support group A, please, to the Holden area. So again, number 34 coming through there, that is Trevor Stewart. 2:37.5 there for Trevor. There's Barry Davison. So Barry's going to want to try and get past him before McAdoo's, so he's not held up. So the number 40 of Barry Davison really trucking now. Malcolm Love away through. We'll have to wait on Richard Ford, but he's currently in third. Simon Leon away through there and there's 125 Honda. Number 12 there is Richard Ford, so he holds on to that second for now. Chris Mayer currently in 10th place, so he's dropping down the timing screens at the minute. But Barry Davison with a 1:48.9 that time, another 2 seconds off his time. Richard Ford into second place, a 1:51.0. Bram Mateer up into third place now. He's second to the 250s of 1:53.1. So keep a close eye on Bram Mateer on that 250 Suzuki. Malcolm Love in behind fourth, and Gareth Arnold fifth. Oh, it's Robert McCrum's 250 screaming past us here. So Malcolm Love then, a wee bit of work to do there, 1:53.6. Gareth Arnold just in behind in fifth place, a 1:56.2. So we'll look back up towards Brayside and not long now before Barry Davison is back out with us, and here he is then. Well tucked in behind that wee 125. Matty Davison riding that machine in the Scottish Championships and cleaning up on it last season. That's Barry Davison's son, and he is just like his dad. He's very, very quick indeed. And Gareth Arnold going through, and still in that fifth place at the minute. Richard Ford. So Malcolm Love then, a 1:52.9, just chipping away at his times here. There's Trevor Stewart, 34 machine. 131. Our newcomer, John McComsky. And Chris Mayer way through, still in that 10th place, a 2:04.6 for Chris Mayer. There's not much left on that wee MZ down here. Sounds fantastic, echoing through the trees here. So the senior support group A should be making their way to the holding area, if not already there. And Robert McCrum up into 8th place then for the 101. Robert McCrum, a 2:02.6. So again, he's just chipping away at his lap times. Phil Shaw just ahead of him there into 7th. As the checkered flag is waved then for Barry Davison. Faster again there for Barry Davison, a 1:48.4. Kitty just calling final call there for the senior support group A. So that's Malcolm Love, Richard Ford. Malcolm Love just sitting up before the line there, but I don't think he would have gained 4 seconds over Richard Ford. We'll just have to wait on Bram Mateer across the line. His time's coming up there, 1:53.1. So it looks like Barry Davison is fast as a 1:48.4. Richard Ford in second, a 1:50.1. Then we have Malcolm Love in third, a 1:52.9. Bram Mateer fourth with a 1:53.1. Phil Shaw going through then. We'll just wait for Robert McCrum because he was on a good pace. He was on a good lap. And And he looked like he was really starting to get into the swing of things. There he is across the line. Robert goes, he actually down into 9th place, so Eddie Gilmore up into 7th that time round. So Gareth Arnold 4th, a 154.3. Simon Lehan, second of the 125s, in 6th, a 157.2. Eddie Gilmore in 7th, 5th of the 250s, a 159.5. Phil Shaw in 8th, 6th of the 250s, with a 2-minute.7. Robert McCrum, 7th of the 250s, in 9th with a 2-minute.9. So this is going to be great racing this weekend between this group. John McComsky, our newcomer, 3rd of the 125s. He lines up in 10th place, a 203.5. Chris Mayer on the MZ in 11th, a 204.6. And then Trevor Stewart, 12th, a 237.5. But what about that noise? You imagine 30 years ago, full grids of them machines leaving here at Cookstown and echoing up towards McAdoo's. So next up then, the Senior Support Group A. That's session 6 in your programmes. They're making their way out onto the track now. Number 10, that's Brandon Kavanagh and Aidan Cleary. Good to see Aidan Cleary back out. He's riding the Supersport 600 Honda. pulling into the left-hand side, but the teams are panicking to get their tyre warmers and whatnot on. Although the sun is out, there is a wee bit of wind, and the tyres will cool down pretty quickly. And they are running slicks, remember, these Supersport machines now, so they don't hold the heat as well, and they don't heat up as quick. So after all the teams running and sweating them the bit out, I think we're ready to go again. We'll get these tyre warmers ripped back off again. So Brandon Kavanagh on the Suzuki this time round. So we're used to seeing the Triumph in these colours. Again, he's on the Suzuki, a tap on the back. Ashley Robinson as well, our Scottish visitor. You can see the Sherlock motorcycles there. Haven't seen that in quite a while. So Sherlock motorcycles. A sticker on the front of her bike. She's had a good test in winter test so far. She's feeling confident. Last year, Ashley Robinson bagged herself 17th there last year. With a lap time of 1:44.2. Billy Harker, Mick Hogan, Blake O'Hare, Christian Boyles, James Walsh, Roddy Taylor. See Roddy Taylor there, the number 2 machine. Oh, and Everard just out for a wee spin. Just doing a lap on the R7 Yamaha, the lovely machine. So I've just been sent from the Armoy Club, the big breakfast brought to you by the Armoy Motorcycle Road Racing Club, Ballymoney British Legion, the 2nd of May from 8 AM to 12 noon. So that looks like a lovely big fry there, and I wouldn't mind one myself later on, maybe, if I can grab a wee bite to the lunch, perhaps. And of course, a shout out to Anne Loudon as well. It's her birthday today. So Anne on 21 again, and I'm sure we'll be talking to her later on. Just a reminder for all the teams, no tyre warmers please on the grid. So we've seen a bit of panicking going on earlier. No tyre warmers on the grid for the rest of the weekend please. Aidan Cleary away through there, just ahead of Brandon Kavanagh, Lee McGowan. Trainer Ashley Robinson. So Ashley Robinson is in a real good position here. She's got herself in a good position at the head of the pack, and she's got something to chase. Daniel Pearce then on the way through there with Brad Byrne. A lot of new faces this weekend. Number 24 there, Adam Randalls. And Aaron Hans away through. So Aaron Hans, another newcomer. I'm sure a lot of you follow him on social media and YouTube and whatnot. He's a bit of a character to say the least, Aaron Hans. But Aidan Cleary, the first machine's out on track at the minute. So just hearing there, bike number 29, I think I heard on the radio, has retired, but perfectly okay. So that's bike number 29, retired and perfectly okay. I think that was maybe Gary Jordan, it was indeed. So Gary Jordan has retired, but he's absolutely fine. So Brandon Kavanagh across the line then, along with Aidan Cleary. So Brandon Kavanagh a 1:37.4 on his first qualifying lap. Aidan Cleary a 1:38.1. Liam Trainer. Oh, whole gaggle of riders going through there. Stuart McCann on the Triumph up into 6th place. Again, just you can hear them rolling off and then back on it again. They're just trying to find their break and marker, and it'll come to them this weekend, and they'll just push it to the limit they're comfortable with, and some just a wee bit further. And Aaron Hans across the line then. Up into 18th at the minute, a 143.9 for Hans, the number 19 machine. Brett McCallum just ahead of him in 17th, a 143.3. But fastest, Brandon Kavanagh, a 137.4. Aidan Cleary second, a 138.1. Liam Traynor third with a 139.6. Brad Byrne currently in 4th, followed by Ashley Robinson in 5th. 6th is Daniel Pearce. 7th, Roddy Taylor at the minute. Stuart McCann up into 8th. Michael Hoy there in 9th. In the top 10, Christian Boyles. On that said, I will keeping a close eye on Christian Boyles, the newcomer this year, but Aidan Cleary is absolutely glued to the back end of Brandon Kavanagh. So Cleary with the fastest lap so far, a 137.1 for Aidan Cleary. Cleary hasn't had much luck over the winter, but he's certainly determined now, and he'll be looking for that elusive win this season, and it has eluded him for quite a while. But Aidan Cleary on a charge now. So a call then for Senior Support Group B. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. That's Senior Support Group B. Ashley Robinson just demoted ever so slightly there to 6th. 7th, should I say, as Aaron Hans crossed the line, jumps right up the timer screen up into 6th place. A 138.8 that time for Hans. He's still got a wee bit of work to do. Aidan Cleary, 137.1. So the first 3 are in the 137s, and then just dropping into the 38s is Stuart McCann in 4th. As the times continue to plummet here during these qualifying laps, and it is really boding well. The Senior Support's always great racing, and of course it'll be a combined qualifying as Group B are making their way to the holding area. So here we come again. Brandon Kavanagh still ahead of Aidan Cleary. So they're starting to slow each other up now. Liam Traynor across the line. So Liam Traynor goes fast. It's a 136.8. So Aidan Cleary and Brandon Kavanagh on track with each other, are starting to slow each other up. But here's Ashley Robinson. Ashley Robinson across the line. Currently in 7th. But look at James Walsh. Oh, wow. James Walsh across the line goes fastest. A 136.0. Liam Traynor demoted to 2nd place. So Aidan Cleary and Kavanagh have a bit of work to do now. Brad Byrne up into 5th this time round. Blake O'Hare in 6th, just in behind. Roddy Taylor 7th. Stuart McCann back down into 8th. So they're starting to get their groove. They're starting to feel it here at Cookstown. They're checking the track conditions. They know where the grip is, and they're starting to bite the screen. The newcomer Liam Wood away through on the Yamaha, 143.6, currently in 19th place for the number 70 machine. So again, another call for the Senior Support Group B to the holding area, please. So the first machine's on track. Cleary and Kavanagh should be coming around. They are indeed. Still together as the checkered flag is waved down below us here. So Cleary faster than Kavanagh that time, so he slots into 2nd place. But anything can happen on this last lap, as was seen previous with James Walsh. Still fastest, a 136.0 for Walsh. Ashley Robinson across the line, slots into 8th. Slightly slower that time for James Walsh, but he had a wee bit of traffic to contend with. Number 31 goes through there. the Suzuki. So the majority of the riders across the line then. James Walsh fastest, a 136.0. Liam Trainer in second with a 136.1. And Ian Cleary, how about this? Oh, they're absolutely identical. Liam Trainer in second, a 136.106. Aidan Cleary third, a 136.106. Absolutely identical times there from them for Brandon Kavanagh. So Brandon Kavanagh in fourth, a 136.127. Stuart McCann in fifth, a 136.6. Absolutely nothing in it there, folks, at the pointy end. Brad Byrne in sixth, a 137.6. Daniel Pearson in seventh with a 137.6. And Brett McCallan eighth with, you guessed it, a 137.6. Oh, this is going to be close racing, folks. Blake O'Hare in ninth, a 137.8. Roddy Taylor is your top 10 then. Ashley Robinson in 11th. 12th is Aaron Hans. Connor Curtis 13th. 14th Michael Hoy. Christian Boyles 15th. 16th Bailey Harker. Mick Hogan in 17th. 18th is Lee McGalvick. Liam Wood 19th. And your top 20 in that qualifying session is Adam Randalls. Don't forget, we'll have another senior support qualifying Group B, which will be going out here very shortly, and we'll get the combined times for you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Senior Support B now out on track. John O'Donovan there, number 136. Graham Smallwoods, great to see Graham Smallwoods back out. Good man, we'll be keeping an eye on it. Look, lovely livery on that Honda CBR 600. Graham Smallwoods, number 162. Had some real good races with Smallwoods back in the day. He's a good goer, sharp. Michael Clyde there too. Michael Clyde on the R6. Again, remember, no tyre warmers on the grid, so we want to try and get things moving as quickly as we can. If all spectators could make their way to their designated areas as quickly as possible. Jordan Larkin there too, on the front row at the far side on his ZX6 machine. So here we go. The klaxon is sounded. Big John McClure with the flags. Jason Whelan, Fred McMullen all the way through. That's Dean Graham away now, and William Young. Neil Rutledge, Eamon McKeown, James Rothery, Seb Evandine, Robert O'Neill, Paul O'Rourke, all the way through for their qualifying session. 16 machines out on track then. A slightly smaller group than Group A. Again, so the track won't be just as busy. And that's exactly what they want. Lightweight Supersport 400 will be up next then. If you want to start thinking about making your way to the holding area, Lightweight Supersport 400s, that's session number 8 in your programs. Again, we'll have a lot to get through here, so if there's any spectators that are moving about, can you please do so as quickly as you can between these sessions, because there's 18 qualifying sessions to get through today and 3 races later on, don't forget, including the big one, the Open A Invitation Race. So I'm just hearing there from the Clogher course, spectators we will try and move you after every 2 sessions. Again, just to try and keep things going here. But the first machines are through. John O'Donovan, first machine on track, followed by Graham Smallwoods. And number 3 then, Michael Clyde, followed by Jordan Larkin. Fred McMullen away through, and Jason Whelan. Dean Graham across the line. William Young, number 88 machine. Aaron McCann. Neil Rutledge, Eamon McKeown, and that's James Rothery. Paul O'Rourke, Seb Evandine, Robert O'Neill, and Gareth Dunlop. So they all make it through on this first lap. And this is when they're going to start pushing now and put some times on the screens. So Senior Support lap record held by Gary Robinson back in 2007, a 129.9, 84.0 mile an hour lap. So we can hear the bikes up the top half of the circuit. And they'll be rounding the Bray side here very shortly. Again, just running a wee bit wide, no doubt, to try and get as much drive down this long straight as they can. And here they come then. It's O'Donovan. Still, Graham Smallwoods is up the pace then. You can see he's physically clawed him back in, and he's fastest at the minute, but again, anything can happen in these qualifying sessions. Fred McMullen, Jordan Larkin, and Michael Clyde all the way through. Jason Whelan, that lovely livery, the purple and green. Dean Graham, William Young, Jason Whelan, and Aaron McCann. As we look up past that 40 mile an hour sign, they still haven't moved that 40 mile an hour sign for me from last year. The bikes just disappear for a split second in behind it. Seb Evandine. Number 538. So at the minute then, it is Graham Smallwoods who's fastest. Oh, here they come again then. O'Donovan away through there. Still Smallwoods. They're both slightly slower that time round. That's the problem sometimes when you're following someone that can lead you on a wee bit, and if they go wide, you go wide. Fred McMullen, Michael Clyde away through. Jordan Larkin currently in 6th place at the minute. Should be... That's Whelan. Jason Whelan, 7th there at the minute. Waiting on Dean Young. So Dean Graham just ahead of Young. In the race at the minute. So it looks pretty steady there at the minute. They don't seem to be upping the pace too much on this 2nd or 3rd lap. But Graham Smallwoods fastest with a 137.1. John O'Donovan 2nd with a 137.5. Fred McMullen currently 3rd with a 137.6. Again, all pretty close there. Michael Clyde in 4th, a 138.4. Paul O'Rourke 5th, a 140.3. Just here and there, James Rothery, number 179, has retired from this qualifying session, unfortunately. But hopefully he can get out later on today then. So Jordan Larkin currently in that 6th place. There they are again. Just tipping the limiter there, a wee bit of overrun as well. Again, not an awful lot of time to check. A lot of these riders, they are newcomers to the track. And you can ask as much as you want, you can Google as much as you want, but you can never get the gear just that perfect during qualifying. Jordan Larkin across the line, up into 5th place then, a 139.2. But of course, they are combined qualifying sessions between Group A and Group B. So we'll have to keep a wee eye on that when the official qualifying comes through with us. Dean Graham stays in that 8th place. William Young still chasing him behind him. 8th and 9th. So Dean Graham with a 142.0. William Young a 142.0. Absolutely nothing in it between these pair. Robert O'Neill across the line then. So he leapfrogs his way up into 8th place. A 142.0 for Robert O'Neill. Again, another call for the lightweight Supersport 400 machines to the holding area, please. Eamon McCune up into 11th, a 142.9 there for McCune. But Graham Smallwoods will be coming back round very shortly indeed. So Smallwoods through. 137.1. O'Donovan dropping back then. But it's Fred McMullen as the checkered flag is waved in this qualifying session. Fred McMullen. Jordan Larkin goes through, doesn't better his time, he stays in that 5th place. That was a 1:42.0 from Larkin. They're just starting to push their own boundaries here a wee bit on this last lap. Faster again there for William Young, a 1:41.1. Up into 8th place then. Dean Graham just still ahead of him in 7th. So I think Smallwood, McMullen, Michael Clyde, they're all going to get another lap here. So I think they just crossed the line just before the checkered flag, so they'll get another chance. At the minute, it's still Smallwood's fastest at 1:37.1, but he was in a bit of a gaggle there of Fred McMullen and Michael Clyde starting to climb the timing screens. Seb Everdeen away across the line, 1:46.4. And that last lap was his fastest. So Smallwoods across the line then. Faster again, a 1:36.5. We just have to wait on Clyde McMullen. As the red flag going out, so they didn't get an extra lap in then. So they're just putting them back into the paddock then. So that's the end of that qualifying session. If the lightweight Supersport 400 machines, if you're not already in the holding area, can you get yourself there as quickly as you can? But Graham Smallwood's fastest, a 1:36.5. Fred McMullen in second, a 1:37.2. Michael Clyde third with a 1:37.5. John O'Donovan fourth with a 1:37.5. Nothing in it there in this qualifying session either, so pretty close with Group A. Paul O'Rourke in fifth, a 1:39.1. Jordan Larkin in 6th, a 1:39.2. Dean Graham 7th, a 1:40.5. William Young in 8th, a 1:41.1. Jason Whelan in 9th, a 1:41.3. Eamon McKeown 10th with a 1:41.9. Robert O'Neill in 11th, a 1:42.0. Gareth Dunlop in 12th, a 1:44.0. Neil Rutledge pretty close there with Dunlop in 13th place, a 1:44.1. Aaron McCann 14th with a 1:45.5. Seb Evendine in 15th, a 1:46.4. And James Rothery, who unfortunately retired there, but he managed a lap time of a 1:49.2. Next up then, the lightweight Supersport 400s.
Prop Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building.
Established
Only
in
open 2 hours a
2018, the
week to
Classic
the public.
Bike Festival
Wednesday,
Ireland
6
is the largest track-based motorcycle event in the country, held each August at the Bishop's Court Circuit. It's organised by former motorcycle road racer Philip McCallan. He's an 11-time winner at both the Isle of Man TT and Northwest 200. 2025 is the event's biggest outing yet, with nearly 300 machines.
Yeah, it took us quite a few years.
Okay, so that's the Supersport 400 machines out on track. And it's good to see some 250s in the mix as well. So Roy Wurst on his 400. He's on the front row along with Leon Murphy. Aidan Cleary back out again. So again, this wee 400, it might be slightly heavier than his Supersport machine. Bit less power and quite possibly a lot more fun. See the riders, they always opt for these smaller classes because they are good fun. Wee bit of action track time. Aidan with a thumbs up there. Great to see him back out, that number 62 machine. There, Shingleton as well. On the T side, 250 Yamaha. Just ticking over there in the background, you can hear it. Dave Walsh. And the DRW racing machine, the big number 7. Big distinctive number on the front of that machine. Kevin Lavery as well. Kevin Wright at TZ 250. Kevin going very well on that Supersport machine, that 600. But he's opted for what some might call a real race bike this weekend. As the klaxon is sounded. I think Aidan Cleary jumped there. I think got scared of the klaxon's right beside him. So they're ready to go then. And the machines are making their way around the circuit. Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed on his Supersport 400. Oh, just listen to that machine of Tweeds leaving the grid. This thing's going to be absolutely definite as it comes round here. Phil Lunny out in his lightweight Supersport, using his 400 machine. Again, last season he was to get a run on that 400, but unfortunately it just didn't work out for him. There's Singleton away on his TZ 250 Yamaha. Paddy McColgan on the Super Mono. Chris Mayer, Ivan Bolt, Andy Hornby, Dale Brew, Roy Wirsch, Darrell Tweed, Leon Murphy, Aidan Cleary, Kevin Lavery, Neil Lloyd, Ashley Robinson, Roddy Taylor, Michael Hoy, Dave Walsh, Dan Sale on the 250, Richard Ford all out on track. Huge grid of machines here for this lightweight 400, lightweight Supersport class. So again, lightweight Supersport lap record held by Darrell Tweed on that 400 Kawasaki. A 133.8, 80 mile an hour, 80.5 mile an hour lap. And when was that? That was 2 years ago, 2024. So here they come then. Down towards us, Paddy McColgan. Paddy McColgan's leading the way at the minute on that Super Mono. He's always got lovely machines, Paddy McColgan. Just listen to the revs of that wee 400 as he drops down the cogs in the Gorton corner. Roddy Taylor. Roddy Taylor's machine just nipping off the limiter there. And it's making me cringe in here in the commentary box. I have a lot of mechanical sympathy for these machines, but obviously some people don't. Andy Hornby and Ivan Bolt away through. And again, they'll be coming back round to start putting times on the screens. And they're organising themselves out. So again, if the top runners are on form, especially Darrell Tweed on that 400, we'll keep an eye on Dan Sale as well on the 250. We can see a lap record going here in this class. We've already seen lap records being touched just about there by Paul Jordan earlier on in qualifying session on that P2 Ducati. Paddy McColgan way through. Cleary fastest at the minute. Darrell Tweed away through there. A 137.3. We'll give them a wee bit of time just to sort themselves out. See Roddy Taylor coming down towards us now. Again, the gearing's just not right on that wee machine. Ashley Robinson up into 6th. A 143.5. Number 75, Neil Lloyd, should I say. Chris Mayer on his 250 Honda. Currently in place. Second in the 250s. Andy Hornby away through. Listen to the thumps and bangs of that going past on the number 42 machine. A 148.8 for Andy Hornby, currently 10th place.
What did I say? 4-2.
Oh, there's... Darrell Tweed away through again, a 137.5, slightly slower that time. Aidan Cleary. Let's see, just hearing about the retirement there, number 47, that's Laird Singleton, unfortunately, has retired around the track. Perfectly okay, but Darrell Tweed leading the way at the minute. There's Roddy Taylor down into 8th place. He's going to struggle here. He's going to need to change the gearing for the race, but he's going to struggle in this qualifying session. He's starting to drop down the timing screen, down into 8th place now. A 144.6 for Roddy Taylor. Chris Mayer on the 250 Honda, up into 6th now. He's on a charge, a 142.2 for Chris Mayer. Dan Sale. Oh, that was Andy Hornby way through there, but Dan Sale starting to jump up. He's up into 11th. He was 11th. Now 12th, third of the 250s. Eamon McKeown, 8th of the 400s. He's in 14th at the minute. It's James Rothery going through, but Darrell Tweed leading the way. A 137.3. Aidan Cleary in second with a 139.9. Kevin Lavery, first of the 250s, in third, a 140.6. Paddy McColgan, first of the Super Monos, in fourth. And there he goes in. Darrell Tweed starting to dice his way through the traffic just ahead of him. And there's Dave Walsh. He's second to the Super Monos, currently in 5th place, the number 7 machine, a 141.8. 153 away through there. Roy Worst just in behind, currently 15th, 9th of the 400s. And again, Ashley Robinson. So Roddy Taylor again just struggling there with the gearing. Just tipping the limiter. Richard Ford up into 7th now as he crosses line, a 141.9. So a reminder for the Junior Classic machines, could you make your way to the holding area? That's the Junior Classic machine, the holding area. James Rothery away through, up into 16th now for James Rothery, a 152.0 as the checkered flag being ready then for these pair, Aidan Cleary and Paddy McColgan. Just looking there, Darrell Tweed, that time round. So that was Leon Murphy away through Dale Brew and Phil Lunny. Roddy Taylor then number 2. Roddy Taylor, don't think he was on that machine last season. So again, something for him to get used to once again here and get used to being on that Slightly heavier machine compared to his MV Augusta that he has. Dan Sale then across the line, third of the 250s, will line up on 9th. So next up then, the Junior Classic Machines. That's session number 9 in your programme. You make your way.
Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
And it's just mega, isn't it? And to see a load of people, always good.
But the event also attracts many stars from yesteryear. Twice British champion Jamie Whittam enthralled by the turnout of classic machinery.
Well, I love this event. I don't know whether I'm going to love going round. I mean, I'll be the slowest man out there. I brought my leathers and everything. I'm going to have a potter out, but all the aggression's gone. I like riding bikes now. I probably like actually riding more. I like racing, and I used to like the results, and I like doing all right. But I like riding bikes more now. But I like riding at a steadier pace.
In 1996, Whittam was teammate in the British Championship to Scotsman Niall Mackenzie, the pair finishing first and second in the overall standings. Mackenzie's championship-winning Yamaha YZF 750 on display at the event.
It's funny because we rode them to within an inch of their lives back in the day, but now she's a bit of a special old girl. It's 30 years on, so I'm sure she's still up for it, but I'm just not sure if the rider is. But I really want to look after her. I don't want any mishaps. She looks great in original condition, and I want to take her home like that.
The event also formed part of the Joey Dunlop celebration, with a collection of 25 of Joey's bikes put together to mark 25 years since the passing of the 26-time TT winner. A fitting tribute to a brilliant weekend of racing in Northern Ireland. The 2026 edition will no doubt be back, bigger and better.
The TT race.
So the classic machines making their way out onto the grid, and the first machine out was Kyle Parks, number 6. Number 47 there, that's Brian Harding, followed by Paul McMahon, number 64. And alongside McMahon is Terence Sansom. Number 57 there, Davy Crawford, who he retired in his previous qualifying session. But it's always good to have some spare machinery so he can get out. The weekend's not wasted. Barry Davison then, the number 40. Barry Davison on the 350 Honda. Team Gimbert Honda. Number 3 there, Waddy Brown on the 350 Sealy. Hear the rattles of the dry clutches in the background as they warm these machines up, and I think they're more or less ready to go for this qualifying session. Nigel Moore there, number 84. Paul Cranston wasn't the last person in through the paddock today. It was Nigel Moore kept that in. They tip it into gear, and away to go then. Kyle Parks, Brian Harding, and Davy Crawford away now. Number 20 machine, Gary Hutton, all out on track. Number 45, Adrian Skype, Eddie Gilmore, Waddy Brown, Mark Johnson, Dan Sale out once again, Malcolm Love, David Glover, Andy Kildare, Robert McCrum on problems there for Eddie Gilmore. Oh, unfortunately, he's not going to get that machine going. So unfortunately that 350 of Eddie Gilmore is a retirement. So just hearing there that the Moto 3, 125 and 300 machines are being called to the holding area. Session 10 in the programs. Absolute ideal conditions here this weekend, and it's going to follow on to tomorrow as well. So here we go, the machines making their way back round towards us and back down the hill. It's Kyle Parks. Kyle Parks across the line, followed by Brian Harding and Paul McMahon. Gary Hutton and Ian Thompson through there. Nigel Moore, Davy Crawford behind, and that's Barry Davison, number 40. Barry Davison sort of mid-pack at the end, but we've been keeping a close eye on Barry. Robert McCrum through, with Mark Johnson tucked in behind, Andy Kildare and Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love away through on the 350 Bultaco. Huge array of machines out here. And it's great to see, good to see Dan Sale out in this class. The number 8 machine, he's currently, he's the 11th machine on track. And we'll start to get some times now as they make their way through Mackney, Craigmount, and heading towards the Order crossroads here, just before Braeside. You can hear them echoing through the trees in behind us here. We'll be expecting Kyle Parks to still be at the front, leading it on the road. So here they come then, and it is indeed Kyle. And followed by Brian Harding. Two of them together there with McMahon. Oh, number 47. Brian Harding moving over the left-hand side, getting a wee bit racy throughout this qualifying session already. Oh, retirement for Barry Davison. So Barry Davison, unfortunately, pulling out this one. So the number 40 machine has retired. So Nigel Moore across the line, fastest so far at 150.8. Robert McCrum second with a 151.1. Dan Sale is currently in third at 153.0. Mark Johnson fourth with a 153.8. Malcolm Love in fifth, a 153.9. Stephen Walsh currently in sixth, a 157.3. Andy Kildare in seventh with a 157.4. Kyle Parks in eighth with a 157.5. Very, very close there indeed. The times between Kildare and Parks. And Stephen Walsh up there as well. Ian Thompson in ninth, a 158.9. Gary Hutton 10th with a 159.3. Barry Davison, well, currently in 11th, retired at the line, and he's still able 159.4. So back round to come then. Kyle Parks, look at how he disappears behind that screen. Then disappears behind that fern. The 350 Honda, giving it all he has, but he's being chased now by Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore faster again there at 158.6. In the 350. Robert McCrum, a close second with a 150.4. He's just over 1.5 seconds slower than Nigel Moore. Oh, was Malcolm Love away through there. Up in the 6th place, a 153.9 for Malcolm Love. Number 23 machine. That's Stephen Walsh, a 155.4. David Glover. Up into 11th place now for David Glover, a 157 flat. Slightly slower that time round for Dan Sale and Malcolm Love. Dan Sale a 154 compared to his best, a 153.0. Malcolm Love a 155.8. Again, just feeling their way. And remember, no tyre warmers in these machines, so they do have to give it maybe a lap and a wee bit, just to get that feel, to get the feel of the grip of the track. And it's in fantastic condition. I've done a lap this morning, and there was photos circulating on social media that the track was breaking away a wee bit, but they quickly got on it and they got that repaired. So the track is in great condition. So here's Kyle Parks again. Look how close Nigel Moore is to him now. Well, he's getting tucked right in behind that 350. And the number 84 machine, faster again for Nigel Moore, a 145.5. We can see what Robert McCrum can do this time, a 150.4 the last time round. So nearly 5 seconds slower than Nigel Moore. Here he comes then across the line. might not have much of a chance here because McCrum, he's found himself very busy at the minute. There's a lot of traffic for him to cut through. At last was slower for Robert McCrum at 151.6. That's Andy Kildare going through there, currently in 9th place. Not exactly where he wants to be at the minute. Andy Kildare is usually up, right up at the sharp end. Stephen Walsh way through, holding on to that 7th place at 155.4. So just a reminder for the Moto 3, 125 and 300 machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. As the checkered flag is being ready down below us here. So again, the Moto 3, 125 and 300 machines to the holding area. Nigel Moore really up on the pace that time, nearly 5 seconds faster than his previous lap. A 154.5, a 71.5 mile an hour lap for Nigel Moore. So the 350 class lap record held by Andy Hornby on the Honda. 142.6. It's a 73.6 mile an hour lap. There's Nigel Moore across the line, followed by Kyle Parks. Slower that time for Moore, but he knows he's done enough. And he'll start in pole position. Oh, that looks like Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love just retiring a wee bit early, just not getting to the checkered flag. Bert McCrum across the line. Again, he wasn't even better this time with a 150.4. So he has to settle for that 2nd place, but it looks like it's going to be Nigel Moore who's fastest then. And he will start in pole at 145.5. Bert McCrum in 2nd at 150.4. And Mark Johnson up into 3rd then on that last lap at 150.6. Dan Sale in 4th. That's the number 33 machine of Stephen Walsh away through. So it looks like it will be Dan Sale in 4th, a 150.8. Kyle Parks in 5th. So he upped the pace on the closing stages there of qualifying, a 151.5. Malcolm Love 6th, who retired into the paddock there just before the checkered flag, a 153.9. Stephen Walsh in 7th, a 155.2. 8th was Gary Hutton, a 155.5. Andy Kildare in 9th, a 155.8. Terence Sansom in 10th, a 155.9. So again, it's going to be tight, close racing later on. Ian Thompson in 11th, a 156.0. Davy Glover in 12th, apologies, a 156.4. Brian Harding in 13th, a 157.9. Then we have Barry Davison, who unfortunately retired there, but he was able to qualify in 14th with a 159.4. Paul McMahon in 15th, a 2-minute.3. And Adrian Scaife in 16th, a 2-minute 1.5. Davy Crawford then rounds up the top 17 with a 2:36.5. So again, Moto 3s, 125s and 300 machines up next. and the recovery van is going around to pick up some riders and bikes at the minute. But the Moto 3s, the 125s and the 300s are ready, raring to go in the holding area, and they'll be soon coming out onto the track.
Prop Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road North, the former Docks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 PM till 8 PM. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
The Superbike star also setting a new lap record for 250cc machinery. Fellow British Superbike competitor Danny Kent is a former world champion in the Moto3 class and rides for a Northern Ireland-based team.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be here. The team, obviously, they came here last year. I wasn't able to make it, and we put it in the calendar quite early in the year for us to be here. So, even better with the sun being out. But it's just nice to actually race a bike without actually, just with it being a bit chilled. Obviously on BSB weekends, you got your nerves, but no, here it's just good to have a good crack with the team and have some fun.
Kent going on to win the Open Invitation event for Superbikes, while Staffordshire's Storm Stacey is another rider who is at the top of the British Championship.
Oh, yeah, it's mega. Just to come away, enjoy myself, have a nice weekend away. It's just enjoy riding bikes. That's why I started doing it at the end of the day, is just to ride bikes. It's fun. You stop thinking. It's just mega, isn't it? And to see a load of people, always good.
But the event also attracts many stars from yesteryear. Twice British champion Jamie Whittam enthralled by the turnout of classic machinery.
Well, I love this event. I don't know whether I'm going to love going round. I mean, I'll be the slowest man out there. I brought my leathers and everything. I'm going to have a potter out, but all the aggression's gone. I like riding bikes now. I probably like actually riding more. I like racing, and I used to like the results, and I like doing all right. But I like riding bikes more now. But I like riding at a steadier pace.
In 1996, Whittam was teammate in the British Championship to Scotsman Niall Mackenzie, the pair finishing first and second in the overall standings. Mackenzie's championship-winning Yamaha YZF 750 on display at the event.
It's funny because we rode them to within an inch of their lives back in the day, but now she's a bit of a special old girl. It's 30 years on, so I'm sure she's still up for it, but I'm just not sure if the rider is. But I really want to look after her. I don't want any mishaps. She looks great in original condition, and I want to take her home like that.
The event also formed part of the Joey Dunlop celebration, with a collection of 25 of Joey's bikes put together to mark 25 years since the passing of the 26-time TT winner. A fitting tribute to a brilliant weekend of racing in Northern Ireland. The 2026 edition will no doubt be back, bigger and better.
He ran in the TT race.
gentlemen. So the Moto 3, the 125 and the 300s are heading out on track. And a wee surprise entry on the Moto 3. Michael Dunlop. See here he's and the John Burroughs, the RK raced by Burroughs Engineering Machine. Getting the tyre warmer put on it. It'll be interesting to see Michael Dunlop on that Moto 3. And I'm sure he hasn't forgotten how to tuck himself in behind the screen. Not an awful lot of room on one of these wee bikes. See a couple of wee 125 Hondas there as well. You see Malcolm Love, number 49. That 125 Honda. Number 34, Don Gilbert. I think it's maybe his first time on a Moto 3 machine. On the Parker Transport. A couple of runs there from Ryan Ferguson. Gary Jordan away there. He's locked for a Moto 3 this year as well. Majority of them all the way. That's Michael Dunlop. He's just adjusting himself, adjusting his knee sliders and his knee pads, just so he can get himself as comfortable as he can. Just a reminder, folks, no tyre warmers on the grid whatsoever. We need to get things moving here. So just a reminder, no tyre warmers on the grid. So out on track then, Kyle Parks, William Grant, Jack Sands, Michael Dunlop, Robert O'Neill, Joe Loughlin, Gary Jordan, Don Gilbert, Dale Brew, Lee Osprey, Mark Johnson, Malcolm Love, Adrian Skyfe, Darren Duncan, Dan Sale, Gareth Arnold, Nigel Moore, Simon Lahan, Chris Mayer and Brian Harding. So a massive grid of 300s and Moto 3 machines. As they're already making their way down back towards us. It's the 300 of Joe Loughlin, Don Gilbert in behind. And Gary Jordan then. Gary Jordan finds himself in a good position here. A good clear road, and if he can keep an eye on Joe Loughlin. Oh, the whole gang of riding course through there. Jack Sands, Lee Osprey, Lee Hahn, Chris Mayer, Kyle Parks. That was William Grant's machine going through there. Gareth Arnold, the 125 Honda. William Grant's machine going through there, popping and banging. Here's Michael Dunlop, man. So Dunlop in the RK in Burroughs Engineering Machine. Again, I would say it's been a long time from he was on something that size. With Don Gilbert and Loughlin. Again, Don Gilbert still to get used to this Moto 3 machine as well as getting used to Cookstown itself. So a newcomer this season. The Moto 3 lap record held by Derek McGee, a 133.8, 80.5 mile an hour. That was back in 2018. So across the line then, Joe Laughlin. Oh, Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey goes fastest so far on his Supersport 300 machine. Gary Jordan fastest of the Moto 3s. Chris Mayer goes across the line. Chris Mayer tops the timing screens at the minute on his Moto 3 machine. Again, we'll give him some time just to settle himself. Number 21 machine away through there. That's Robert O'Neill. We're keeping a close eye on him this weekend, as well as Gareth Arnold. So he's across the line, currently 11th fastest, 7th of the Moto 3s on that 125. So Michael Dunlop, look how much Michael Dunlop is able to tuck himself into that wee Moto 3 machine, disappearing behind the fern. So it looks like he's on a push now. We'll be expecting him a wee bit further up the timing screens. Currently 16th. Just here and there, Dale Brew, number 43, has had a slip off, but he's absolutely fine. And the rider is up. And okay, so that's rider number 43. Dale Brew, he is up and okay. There's Joe Loughlin then across the line once again. And now Gary Jordan. Jack Sands. The Moto 3 away through. He's currently 6th on the Moto 3s, 9th on the road. Dan Sale then, he tops the timing screens at the minute. The number 81 machine of Dan Sale, a 140.2. As Nigel Moore goes across the line, he goes up in the third place, a 142.7. Lee Osprey still fastest in the Supersport 300s. Of course, your Supersport 300 champion from last year, riding for Tryson Mullen. So he's currently 4th on the road, but fastest Supersport 300s. Don Gilbert, 4th in the Moto 3. 5th in the Moto 3s. Oh, Michael Dunlop goes through. And no surprise in there. He goes fastest with a 139.7, 75.8 mile an hour lap. So Michael Dunlop fastest at the minute on the road and of the Moto 3s. Dan Sale 2nd. Chris Mayer 3rd. 4th is Nigel Moore. And the first of the Supersport 300s in 5th is Lee Osprey. So Dunlop really getting into the swing of it. And he's starting to push that wee Moto 3. He'll soon be coming into some traffic. But I'm sure if he can just maintain that time. But we'll be keeping an eye on Dan Sale. As they be coming around Brayside, here they come then. So Joe Loughlin, 2nd of the Supersport 300 machines. 9 passes here now. Lee Osprey and faster again there for Lee Osprey, a 142.2. He goes back up again. Dan Sale then. Still holding on to that 2nd. That was a 140.1 that time round. That's Simon Leon away through. He's currently 16th in the road, but 12th of the Moto 3. Darren Duncan away through on the number 70 machine. 125 Honda, Darren Duncan. Gareth Arnold currently 11th, 9th of the Moto 3s, a 145.8 there for Gareth Arnold. But Michael Dunlop with a 138.4, Dan Sale a 140.1, so nearly 2 seconds slower than Dunlop. Again, quite a bit of traffic there for Dan Sale. He needs to break away and start putting some lap times down. Next machine's up then, the classic Superbikes. If you want to start making your way to the holding area, please, session 11 in your programs. So here we go then, back round Braeside, heading back down the hill. The checkered flag is being waved in this one. Joe Loughlin across the line then. Who's it going to be? Joe Loughlin, 6th fastest at the minute, but second to the Supersport 300. Don Gilbert slides into 7th. Lee Osprey still fastest Supersport 300. 14 at Jack Sands, still looking very fast. Kyle Parks currently 7th on the Moto 3s, but 9th on the road. Number 9, William Grant signed to escape through there. Brian Harding across the line, the 125 Hondas, 3 in a row. So Michael Dunlop across the line again, slightly faster there, a 137.4. So he tops the timing screens. Dan Sale in second, and second the Moto 3s, a 140.1 for Sale. First to the Supersport 300s, Lee Osprey lined up in third place, a 142.0. Chris Mayer, third in the Moto 3s, fourth in the road, a 142.1. Then we have Nigel Moore, fifth. He's third in the Moto 3s, a 142.3. Second in the Supersport 300s, Joe Loughlin. He'll line up 6th, 7th, but 5th in Moto 3, Don Gilbert, a 143.5. 6th of the Moto 3s, in 8th place is Robert O'Neill, a 144.4. Gary Jordan, 7th of the Moto 3s, 9th on the road, 144.5. Kyle Parks, 8th in Moto 3, 10th on the road, a 145.1. Gareth Arnold, 9th on the Moto 3s and 11th on the road, a 145.8. Then we have William Grant, 3rd in the Supersport 300, will line up in 12th, a 145.9. Jack Sands then will line up in 13th, a 147.3. Then we have Adrian Skive in 14th, 15th Derek Duncan, 16th Mark Johnson, he's 4th in the Supersport 300, 17th Simon Leon, 18th Brian Harding, 19th Malcolm Love and Dale Brew. How do we slip off, but perfectly fine in 20th. So the machine's making their way back into the paddock now. Next up, the classic Superbikes. So the machines, a quick turnaround for this one, but we need it because there's still a lot of sessions to get through here as the machines line up on the grid. Marcus Simpson lining up there on the front row. Graham McAleese in behind beside him. Got the thumbs up from Graham. Paddy McColgan on the Oxford Products Ducati Works outfit for Paddy McColgan this season. and Neil Rutledge on the Suzuki. Alongside him, Darrell Tweed then on the Stanley Stewart racing machine. 750 Yamaha number 51 alongside him, Andy Kildare. Plenty of track time this weekend for Andy. Number 24 there, Adam Randall's then just in behind. 179 away through there, James Rothery. Number 45, Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey riding the R6 Yamaha as they leave the grid here. Corn Smith on track as well. And number 34 away, popping and banging his way down the road is Don Gilbert, the Sussex man, riding the 750 S-Rod. Classic Superbike lap record held by Darrell Tweed on that 750 Yamaha, a 131.6, 82.4 mile an hour lap. That was last year, so we'll be keeping an eye on it. Track conditions are a good bit better than they were last season. So again, we'll be keeping a close eye on all the lap records here this weekend. Great to see Corn Smith out. He had a lot of issues with that machine of his last year. Again, he was just getting back at it. He was getting into the swing of it again. And that machine just being a wee bit temperamental throughout the season. But he said to me there at the beginning of the season, there was an awful lot of money spent on it. He wasn't sure whether to give me a number or not, but he says it's all good to go. Marcus Simpson away through there. Paul Cranston, apology, number 93 out there. Followed by Graham McAlee and Paddy McColgan. Darrell Tweed, Neil Rutledge. And there's Don Gilbert away through. Moving over the left-hand side, nearly tipping the curb on the left. And he decided to go over to the right then. So a wee bit of traffic there for Gilbert. Just here and there, Noel Carroll, number 92, has retired at Orritor Crossroads. So he's retired from this qualifying session. That's number 92, Noel Carroll.
Criteria to be a classic Superbike? 20 years old.
It's yeah, no, it's the date. I can't remember what date it is. So again, they're coming back towards us here pretty soon. And hammering down towards us. So Marcus Simpson on a charge. He's coming up on my screen as Paul Cranston. But I'm pretty sure that's Marcus Simpson out on the track. Darrell Tweed then second fastest there for Darrell Tweed, a 133.9. Ryan Whitehall third fastest, a 135.9. Ryan Whitehall. Again, R6 Yamaha there for Whitehall. Dennis Booth going through on the 750 Kawasaki. Don Gilbert is really cutting through them now. So Don Gilbert, let's see, cross the line there. Where does Don slip into? 7th at the minute for Don Gilbert, a 139.5. Still a wee bit of traffic to contend with, but he'll soon chip his way through that. So Marcus Simpson, fastest, a 133.0. Darrell Tweed, second, a 133.9. Ryan Whitehall, third with 135.9. Then we have Graham McAleese in fourth, a 136.6. Adam Randall's number 24, should I say, currently in 14th. was a 2:15.7 that time round. And already making his way back down towards us, it's Marcus Simpson. Number 23, pushing hard, getting tucked in behind that Kawasaki. Darrell Tweed away through, Ryan Whitehall, back up into fourth place. Oh, Andy Hornby screams past, he goes up into fourth, the number 42 machine. That was a 1:34.4 for Andy Hornby. That's ZXR 750 Kawasaki going through his paces. Dennis Booth, 37th. Oh, and together. Neil Rutherford, Steve Osprey, Don Gilbert. That's Corn Smith. Very long gear in there for Corn Smith. Might have to adjust that before the racing again. So James Rothery way through, currently 13th, 1:48.6. So if junior support machines want to start getting themselves ready, please, and make your way to the holding area. That's session 12 in your programs. That's junior support A to the holding area. Number 24 machine away through, that's Adam Randles. That's a wee bit better this time from Randles, up into 12th place. A 1:44.3. Marcus Simpson still fastest, a 1:30.8 as he goes past us here. Number 59, Darrell Tweed away through. Ryan Whitehall tucked in behind him there. Paddy McColgan. Ryan Whitehall trying to use the slipstream of that big Ducati. Ryan Whitehall, he moves over to the right hand side. But he'll have a hard push to try and get past Paddy McColgan on the brakes. Oh, 1:30.8 for Simpson, 777 away through. That's Neil Rutledge. So Rutledge, Dennis Booth holds on to that 7th at the minute. And across the line, Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey holds on to that 9th, a 1:38.4. Of course, he's riding that classic Supersport machine. So the classic Supersport machine's out with the classic Superbike. Corn Smith in the limiter there once again. He seems to be struggling to get gears on that machine. But Corn Smith currently, he's 11th at the minute, a 1:41.5. So Jason's just getting the checkered flag ready for Marcus Simpson as he crosses the line. So Marcus Simpson at 1:30.3. Darrell Tweed, we want to see what he can do this next time. Here he comes. Darrell Tweed goes fastest on the last lap, a 1:29.8 for Tweedy. Yeah, McAleese, slightly slower that time from McAleese, but he'll be happy with that 4th place at the minute. Ryan Whitehall then, along with Paddy McColgan. Oh, and Andy Hornby goes through. He jumps up into 4th place. Keep an eye for Dennis Booth, Don Gilbert as well. Lee Osprey on that classic Supersport machine. Tryson Mullen R6 Yamaha. There we go, number 26. Dennis Booth, 7th there at the minute. Neil Rutledge away through. Don Gilbert across the line, up into 7th place then. Again, didn't get quite the clear road that he was hoping for. We're expecting Corn Smith. We are indeed, the number 13 machine. Just diving the front end of that bike just when he's changing gear and the track sort of flattens out that wee bit at the start and finish. The number 51 machine, Andy Kildare, away through. And James Rothery. The last machine across the line. So on the last lap, Darrell Tweed, fastest and pole position, 1:29.8. Then we have Marcus Simpson in second, a 130.3. Ryan Whitehall in third, a 133.7. Andy Hornby fourth with a 134.1. Graham McAleese in fifth, a 134.2. Paddy McColgan in sixth, a 136.1. Don Gilbert made his way up into seventh with a 136.2. Dennis Booth in eighth, a 136.4. Ninth was Lee Osprey, a 137.2. Neil Rutledge in 10th with a 140.8. Corin Smith at 11th with a 141.5. Adam Randall's 12th with a 143.6. Andy Kildare in 13th, a 145.4. And James Rothery 14th with a 147.8. Next up then is Junior Support A for their qualifying session at session 12 in your programmes.
I'm going to get a cup of tea.
So the junior support machines out on the grid now. And again, pretty sure it's going to be a quick turnaround. Don't forget, please, no tire warmers on the grid. No tire warmers on the grid. They'll be going down the road here very, very shortly indeed. Sean Leonard there. Number 34 on the far side. Followed by Roy Worst, Leo Murphy, Aidan Cleary. Just ahead of Roy. Number 86, Jack Mears. Jack Mears last year had a 16th finish, so we're keeping an eye on Jack. He's got that first year over his shoulder and he'll be ready to go on this one as the klaxon is sounded again. Another massive grid of junior support machines. So junior support Group B will be up next as well. Number 67 machine away there, Chris Gray. So on track we have Stuart Heason, Dave Walsh, William Roberts, Lee McGavick, Bailey Harker, William Grant, William Roberts, Sean Leonard, Michael Hoy, Dale Brew, Shane Carroll, Ian Lynch, Roy Worst, Leo Murphy, Aidan Cleary, Chris Gray, Owen Everard, Neil Lloyd, Daniel Ferguson, Ashley Robinson and Jack Mears. The junior support lap record held by Joe Loughlin on the Kawasaki 650, 1 minute 30.9 at 83.1 miles per hour. That was back in 2017 for young Joe. And again, it's great to see him back in the paddock, great to see him back on the road. He's riding for the Parker Transport team this season. But here they come then, heading back down towards us. Alright, it's Jack Mears, Brandon Kavanagh just in behind with Aidan Cleary. So Jack Mears is looking good so far. Leon Murphy across the line, Dave Walsh then. James Carroll, Ian Lynch, Sean Lennon, Billy Harker, Stuart Heaton, Roy Worst, Lee McGavick, Owen Everard away through. And the number 74 machine. Oh, and a retirement there. That was William Roberts. Something went pop. Coming through, Dale Brew, Neil Lloyd, Michael Hoy, Chris Gray and William Grant all together on the track. I'm not sure whether that number 15 machine of Roberts got going again. No, he's still cruising down the left-hand side, up on the footpath then. And it looks like he's going to be a spectator for the rest of this one, unfortunately. So primarily 650 machines in this class, 650 and 400cc. And again, it's a very competitive class. Usually it's for any sort of newcomers that it used to be coming to the road racing scene that went to the junior support and senior support. Depends on their lap times and speeds throughout the previous season, whether they move up or not. But Jack Mears fastest at the minute. So he's going very well indeed. Say last season he 16th place finish. Of course the qualifying is combined with Group B, so we're keeping a close eye on that. But Jack Mayer's fastest at the minute. 139.4 is the wrestling bellow down through below us here. But Jack Mayer's a 139.4, Brandon Kavanagh in second, a 139.6, Aidan Cleary third, a 140.3, and Leon Murphy a 141.1, Dave Walsh in fifth, a 143.6, and as they were, Michael Hoy, Dale Burnaway through, Sean Leonard, and Neil Lloyd. That was on the Supersport 400 Kawasaki machine. So just another shout for the junior support. That's the junior support Group B. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. Senior support Group B. Just hearing him here, there was a retirement. I didn't quite catch it there, but there was a retirement around the circuit. He'll come again then. Jack Mayer's is starting to pull away now from Brandon Kavanagh and Aidan Cleary. So there's a good gap between them. Jack Mayer's half a second faster a lap than Kavanagh in behind him. Number 61, Leon Murphy, a lovely machine that Murphy's on, a 141.046. And on a charge, it's Billy Harker. Billy Harker jumps up to third fastest, a 138.7. Billy Harker now has a clear road ahead of him. And he's going to start pushing hard then. So keep an eye on Billy Harker, could potentially take this pole position from Jack Mayer's. He needs to find just over half a second, 0.6 of a second, to get the better of Mayer's, and now that he has a clear road, he's in with a good chance of it. That's Dale Brew, number 43 machine away through there, up into 13th. Michael Hoy following him as well. He's brought Michael Hoy up in the rankings. William Grant across the line. The number 9 machine goes up into 8th place, a 143.5. You can hear the newcomer there just balancing the clutch as he drops into Gorton Corner. It's what you have to do when you don't have these fancy slipper clutches. But he'll come again, Jack Mayer's. Faster again. Oh, Brandon Kavanagh. So Brandon Kavanagh has found some pace. A 137.5 goes fastest, but we'll have to wait for Billy Harker because he is on a charge here. So Jack Mayer's demoted to second place. Across the line is Leon Murphy. Aidan Cleary down into third. There's Harker, goes fastest as he crosses the line. A 137.4 for Billy Harker. So the number 6 machine really pushing that machine to the limit now. Kavanagh dropped to second place. There's nothing in it here. Harker 137.4, Brandon Kavanagh a 137.5, Jack Mayer's a 137.9, so the top 3 in the 137s. Aidan Clay 138.1. Lee McGavick in 5th, 6th is Leon Murphy. Ashley Robinson up into 7th place now, just ahead of Dave Walsh. Ian Lynch 9th, 10th is William Grant. Owen Everard currently in 11th place. Owen Everard riding the Bell Bike Sport BMW machine. That was William Grant across the line, up into 6th place now for William Grant, a 141.0. So he's starting to chip away, starting to feel comfortable on that machine. 67 away through. And Chris Gray, just listen to that wee 400cc engine. Oh, and a retirement here, number 43. So unfortunately that's Dale Brew, another retirement of the day. He did cross the line. He's in the road. If we can get that machine off the track as soon as possible. Brandon Kavanagh. That's Billy Harker across the line. He wasn't able to better his time on that lap. Leo Murphy, we're just waiting then on Jack Myers. Can he better even Aidan Cleary? So Aidan, he's got an awful lot of track time under his belt already. Cleary going Everard across the line on the R7. 10th place at the minute. Owen Everard up in the 9th actually. So Owen Everard across the line just ahead of Dave Walsh in 9th. So Brandon Kavanagh with another chance, not that he needs it, but that allows Jack Myers and Aidan Cleary. As we wait for them to emerge on retirement up at the Bray side there. .75 across the line. As so the marshals back out. I didn't just catch it. Must have missed Kavanagh going across the line. But he is fastest anyway. A 1:36.9. Billy Harker second with a 1:37.4. Jack Myers in third, a 1:37.4. Nothing in it there. Aidan Cleary in fourth, a 1:37.7. Then we have Lee McGavick in fifth, a 1:39.2. William Grant sixth, a 1:41.0. Leon Murphy seventh, a 1:41.0. Again, tight racing for this weekend. Ian Lynch in eighth, a 1:42.0. Owen Everard in 9th, a 1:42.9. We have Dave Walsh in 10th with a 1:42.9. So very close there for the top 10. Ashley Robinson qualifying just in behind Dave Walsh in 11th. Then we have Shane O'Carroll in 12th, 13th, Michael Hoy, Roy Worst in 14th, 15th, Stuart Hastings 17th, Dale Brew, Neil Lloyd in 16th for Dale Brew, apologies, 17th Neil Lloyd. We have Sean Leonard in 18th, 19th, Chris Gray, and unfortunately William Roberts retired down at Gorton Corner there. So the next machine's up then is the Junior Support B class, and they'll be going out on the track very shortly. So ready to go again for Group B. James Walsh lining up. Shane Doran, John O'Donovan, Nick Healy. Michael Clyde there on the McKinstry racing machine. Good to see the McKinstry bikes out again and Michael on board. So we're nearly ready to go. Number 280. Jason Whelan just having a good stretch there. Great. So away they go then. Great James Smallwoods. James Smallwoods away. That's a brilliant. Oh, just trying to keep that front end down there. Getting a wee bit excited. We're 4.28 then. That's Albert Pinder. Ross Quinn. So away they go then. Another 18 machines out on track. Again, huge grids here for the junior support and senior support. James Walsh, Chris Ganley, Shane Dorn, Michael Taylor, Graham Neal, Jack Andrews, Eamon McKeown, Ocean Walsh, John O'Donovan, Graham Smallwoods, James Rothery, Nick Healy, Ross Quinn, Jason Whelan, Albert Pinder, Seb Evenden, Dallas Reynolds, and Michael Clyde all out on track. And the sun still beating down on us here at the Cookstown 100. It is absolutely fantastic to see. I was talking to one of the marshals earlier, and from 2014 when I started racing Cookstown, I think I had maybe 1 or 2 dry meetings, so it's always good to see the sun out here. But here we go then. First machine down past us, number 136, John O'Donovan. Just struggling there to get gears maybe. Bit of a misfire out of that machine. Shane Dorn away through, James Walsh back away. Nick Healy. Eamon McKeown on the 400. We'll just keep an eye on McKeown in this one. 114. That's Jack Andrews. Michael Taylor away through. Just hearing a call there for the Senior Unlimited Classic. The holding area. That's the Senior Unlimited Classic machines just being called to the holding area there for session 14 in your programs. Not long getting through them. Again, still a lot to go. After the Senior Classic Open will be the Open A for session number 15, and then 16 will be the Open B. So the Superbike's out on track here very, very soon, and we'll get a rough idea of where we're going to sit later on this afternoon and tomorrow. We'll keep an eye up at Brayside. John O'Donovan should be coming back down towards us here very soon indeed. And here he comes, well tucked into that 650. The number 136 machine. Again, that bit of a misfire or just over revving. Almost across the line. And that's Michael Clyde. Let the name settle. Number 118 at the minute. It's Michael Clyde who's fastest. A 140.9. James Walsh a 141.1 in second. Third place is Jason Whelan. A 141.5. John O'Donovan 442.5. Shane Dorn in fifth, a 143.7. Nick Healy sixth at the minute. Eamon McKeown. I nearly said Eamon Holmes there. Eamon McKeown in seventh. Oh, gaggle of riders coming through there, kicking up dust in Jason's face. So Michael Clyde only 0.2 of a second quicker than James Walsh. James Walsh is on a mission here. So again, just a reminder for the junior support, lap record of 130.9, 83.1 mile an hour. So That's close to 10 seconds quicker than what this group is doing at the minute. Of course, that's held by Joe Loughlin. Here he comes in, James Walsh at 1:38.1, so they're starting to put the hammer down. Slightly slower, you can see James Walsh just pulled away from him ever so slightly. But Michael Clyde slightly slower that time, a 1:41.5 compared to his best of 1:40.9. 1:36 away through there. John O'Donovan really struggling now. Bike doesn't seem to want to rev anymore. Michael Taylor, James Rothery away through, number 179. But James Walsh fastest at the minute. Four seconds covered in the top five. John O'Donovan slipping down the timing screens. Chris Stanley through. Ocean Walsh, number 135, currently in 18th. Just behind Graham Neal in 17th. So again, another call for the senior and unlimited classic machines to the holding area for your qualifying session. Here he is then. Faster again from James Walsh, a 1:37.3. There's Michael Clyde on the McKinstry racing machine, a 1:39.3. That's just over 2 seconds slower than James Walsh. Nick Healy up into third place now for Nick Healy, a 1:41.3. We're just waiting then. Jason Whelan, what can he do? A 1:41.5 on his last lap. Oh, John O'Donovan's, that's a wee bit better now, a 1:40.5. He slots up into third place. Of course, it's all combined qualifying through Group A and Group B. Number 9, Michael Taylor. James Rothery again, a 1:50.0 that time for Rothery. 1:50.065 to be exact. That's Graham Smallwoods now up into 9th place. That was a good lap from Smallwoods. A 1:45.1 as he crossed the line. Evan Dean slightly better there from Seb. A 1:49.4. Graham Neal across the line, currently in 17th place. So again, the senior unlimited classic machines. Session 14 in your programs to the holding area. Here we go then for another lap. James Walsh getting well tucked in behind that Aprilia. Oh, just caught the checker flag there. And Michael Clyde wasn't able to better his time. Walsh was slower, significantly slower that time. A 1:44.3 for James Walsh. Michael Clyde second with 1:40.9. Across the line, Nick Healy there. So Nick Healy looks like he's going to have to settle for that 4th place, 1:40.3. There's O'Donovan. He was just able to hold on to 3rd and no more. Oh, popping and banging there. I think that was a piston ring came out of the exhaust. Jack Andrews, a 1:44.3. Michael Taylor across up into 10th place there for Taylor. James Rothery. So it looks like James Walsh then a 1:37.3 for Walsh. Michael Clyde in second, a 1:39.3. John O'Donovan third, a 1:40.5. Nick Healy in fourth, a 1:41.3. Jason Whelan qualifies in fifth with a 1:41.5. Graham Smallwoods qualifying sixth with a 1:42.1. Eamon McKeown in 7th, a 142.1. Shane Norn in 8th, a 142.9. Jack Andrews 9th, a 144.3. Dallas Reynolds in 10th with a 146.4. Then we have Michael Taylor in 11th. 12th is Chris Ganley. Seb Evenden in 13th. 14th, Albert Pinder. James Rothery in 15th. 16th, Ross Quinn. Graham Neal in 17th. And Ocean Walsh in 18th. Next up then, the Senior Unlimited Classic Machines. The Sounder Thunder in a good way, because the sun's still shining here at Cookstown. But the Senior Classic up next.
Machines.
Yeah, it took us quite a few years now to get this together like this, but it's unbelievable. You know, we have top BSB riders here, we've got top Ireland riders here, we've got people from all over the place, and the crowds this morning, you know, the sun's out. What more could you wish for? Motorbikes and the sun.
It's attracted some of the biggest names from the past and present of motorcycling in the United Kingdom, including current British Superbike champion Kyle Ryde, who is riding a 250cc Yamaha.
It's very fun to be here. Not many people get to ride a 250 from 1999. So yeah, very lucky, very fortunate. Enjoying myself and yeah, just keep having fun.
Ryde not just attending for fun, the Superbike star also setting a new lap record for 250cc machinery. Fellow British Superbike competitor Danny Kent is as former world champion in the Moto3 class and rides for a Northern Ireland-based team.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be here. You know, the team obviously, they came here last year. I wasn't able to make it, and you know, we put it in the calendar quite early in the year for us to be here. So yeah, even better with the sun being out. But it's just nice to actually race a bike without actually, you know, just with it being a bit chilled. You know, obviously on BSB weekends, you got your nerves, but no, here it's just good to have a good crack with the team and have some fun.
Kent going on to win the Open Invitation event for Superbikes, while Staffordshire's Storm Stacey is another rider who is at the top of the British Championship.
Oh yeah, it's mega. Just to come away, enjoy myself, have a nice weekend away. It just, yeah, just enjoy riding bikes. That's why I started doing it at the end of the day, is just to ride bikes. It's fun. You stop thinking. It's just, yeah, it's just mega in it. And to see a load of people, always good.
But the event also attracts many stars from yesteryear. Twice British champion Jamie Whittam enthralled by the turnout of classic machinery.
Well, I love this event. I don't know whether I'm going to love going round. I mean, I'll be the slowest man out there. I brought my leathers and everything. I'm going to have a potter out, but all the aggression's gone. I like riding bikes now. I probably like actually riding more. I like racing, and I used to like the results, and I like doing all right. But I like riding bikes more now. But I like riding at a steadier pace.
In 1996, Whittam was teammate in the British Championship to Scotsman Niall Mackenzie, the pair finishing first and second in the overall standings. Mackenzie's championship-winning Yamaha YZF 750 on display at the event.
It's funny because we rode them to within an inch of their lives back in the day, but now she's a bit of a special old girl. It's 30 years on, so I'm sure she's still up for it, but I'm just not sure if the rider is. But I really want to look after her. I don't want any mishaps. She looks great in original condition, and I want to take her home like that.
The event also formed part of the Joey Dunlop celebration, with a collection of 25 of Joey's bikes put together to mark 25 years since the passing of the 26th-time TT winner. A fitting tribute to a brilliant weekend of racing in Northern Ireland. The 2026 edition will no doubt be back, bigger and better.
Riding in the TT race. Hi.
So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the machines are out on track. Number 5, RJ Woolsey. Great to see RJ out racing again. Barry Davison, Mark Johnson, Eddie Gilmore. So hopefully Eddie Gilmore and Barry Davison get a wee bit further this time round than what they did in the junior. Ford are lining up. The number 12 machine, Richard Ford on the Jackson Norton 920 Barry Davidson. Team Gilbert 500 Honda. Mark Johnson's riding the Black Bomber 500. Again, primarily Hondas. RJ Woolsey on a 750 Honda. Revs that thing into life. The BMW there, the number 29 machine of Brian Loughlin. 750 BMW. There of Andy Kildare, and it's not very noisy in here. Whenever I'm just getting a wee spin in behind this. In behind the classics, just to make sure that R6 is running perfectly fine for later on. But again, great field of machines. Blow the eardrums off you as they leave the line here. It'll be worse tomorrow during their race. Lovely sound. We're looking forward to hearing this machine of RJ Woolsey's coming down past us. That's 750 Honda 1970 model. So we can hear them at the top half of the track already. So just as it's still a wee bit quiet here, can we have the open A class to the holding area? That's the open A class to the holding area, session 15 in your programs. Here we go then. The machine's coming back down towards us. Oh, it's Barry Davison. So Barry Davison across the line there. 42, Andy Hornby. Andy Hornby on that Triumph, that 750 Triumph. Andy Kildare way through. Again, Eddie Gilmore, number 19 machine on Triumph Trident. Lovely sound of machines. Remember, these were the Superbikes of the day. Through Waddy Brown, just dropping back a wee bit. He was a bit further up the field before. Line drop. So it's number 40, Barry Davison, with a good clear road ahead of him. But they'll soon be coming around again, so maybe during this qualifying session they can end up catching with Gerald as he just crosses the line. Just here, number 51 there, I think it was, Andy Kildare has retired, unfortunately, out of this one. Another retirement there at the top half of the track. Just pulling back into the paddock. That may be that R6 that was out for a lap. So 1000cc classic. Lap record a 138.6, a 76.6 mile an hour lap. So Andy Hornby on the tail end of Barry Davison through there. So Hornby goes fastest at 143.9, Barry Davison at 146.4. So 2.5 seconds off the pace there. Of course, Hornby, he's on that 1000cc. Gary Gilmore away through on his Triumph. He's currently 5th and 3rd of the open class 1000cc. Andrew McCrum away through there, up into 8th place. Andrew McCrum, Waddy Brown, that's more like it, from Waddy Brown. Up into 4th place then, a 150.9, but Andy Hornby setting the pace, a 143.9. Barry Davison, a 146.4. Richard Ford, 3rd, a 146.9. Waddy Brown, 4th, a 150.9. Nigel Moore in 5th, a 151.1. And then we have Liam Crowley, Robert McCrum, 8th is Eddie Gilmore, Andrew McCrum, then in 9th, 10th, Gareth Arnold, RJ Woolsey currently in 11th, followed by Mark Johnson in 12th, 13th, Brian Loughlin, Ian Thompson 14th, 15th, David Glover, Gary Hutton 16th, 17th, Phil Shaw, Brian Appleton in 18th, 19th is Jared Andy Cardell, unfortunately, retired out of this one. These two are still at it. Andy Hornby faster again, a 143.7, but he's bringing Barry Davison with him. Barry Davison a 144.7, so he's just less than a second off the pace. Richard Ford in 3rd. Here he comes in. Oh no, he's not. Up in the 2nd place goes Richard Ford, a 144.5 as he crosses the line. Barry Davison demoted to 3rd place. Ian Thompson across the line, up into 7th for Ian. There's that BMW of Loughlin away through. So Loughlin holding on to that 14th place at the minute. 101 McCrum. So Bert McCrum just in front of his son Andrew McCrum. But Andrew McCrum slightly faster on the 500. He's 9th. Bert at the minute is 11th. So the two of them on track together. How cool would that be? Just to get a photograph of the pair of them on track together. That would definitely be one for the wall. Number 62. That's Brian Appleton. Riding the Manx Norton, the 500 machine. Here they come again. Barry Davison dropping back. Barry Davison dropping off Andy Hornby, but he's still pushing hard here. Slightly quicker again from Barry Davison, a 143.9. But Andy Hornby still up in the pace, a 143.1. Andy Hornby's fastest time around here, a 138.6. That was in 2022. So Richard Ford away through there. He wasn't able to do anything about Barry Davison that time round. A 144.5 from Richard Ford stays in that 3rd place. RJ will be going through, just missing again. But he's tucked in behind Ian Thompson. Bert McCrum across the line, up into 7th place then. Andrew McCrum dropping to 10th. But Ian Thompson in 8th with the 150.9 on the Silver Dream Machine. The number 60. Again, another call for the open A to the holding area as the checkered flag is being waved. Richard Ford across the line. Goes up into 2nd place. So Richard Ford. Oh, Nigel Moore. What a lap there from Nigel Moore. Up into 3rd place. Barry Davison demoted to 4th on the last lap. Nigel Moore had that up his sleeve this whole time. A 143.9 from Nigel Moore. Andy Hornby quickest with a 143.1. Richard Ford in 2nd, a 143.7. Nigel Moore First of the 500s in third place. 143.9. Oh, Eddie Gilmore. Eddie Gilmore across the line with Bert McCrum. And what a lap that was for Bert McCrum, up into 5th fastest then. A 146.0 from Bert. Waddy Brown in 6th, a 146.1 with weight then. I think I heard maybe perhaps Gareth Arnold had retired on that last lap. But he is 7th with a 148.7. Ian Thompson 8th with a 150.9. 9th is Eddie Gilmore, a 151.3. And just hearing there that Richard Ford retired. So he just gave it a wee bit too much on that last lap. So number 12, Richard Ford, has retired on the cool down lap. Eddie Gilmore 9th with a 151.3. RJ Woolsey 10th with a 151.9. Mark Johnson 12th with a 152.9. And 13th was Liam Crotty, a 154.0. Then we have 14th David Glover. 15th is Brian Loughlin. Gary Hutton 16th. 17th Phil Shaw. 18th is Brian Appleton. 19th is Jared Hoare. And 20th Andy Kildare. Unfortunately retired out of that one. Next up then, the big bikes, the Open A class, session 15 in your programs.
Oh, this one?
So just a reminder, folks, we are streaming live on YouTube, Commentary Corner, and hopefully you are all aware and get in touch and go on to the chat. So we're trying to keep on top of the chat function as Ben and Noel Murray spectating at the first corner. So hope you are all enjoying it. So don't forget to tune in, subscribe, and we can keep you up to date as best we can. But again, a few spectators just moving in and around the circuit, but the big bikes are up next, the Open A. Okay, so the Superbikes have made their way out onto the track. There's a mixture of Supersport machines, and again a quick turnaround for this one. Here we go. Superbikes are go. Liam Chalk. Darrell Anderson there as well. Opting for the Fireblade this season for Darrell Anderson. Good to see Anderson back on the track. There's Paddy McColgan on the Ducati. Liam Quayle. Liam Quayle on the Suzuki. The number 3 machine. Liam Quayle, John Marsh, Kevin Keyes, Darrell Anderson, Graham McAleese, James Chalk, Corn Smith, Paul Jordan, Marcus Simpson, Dennis Booth, Kevin Kenny, Martin Morris, Don Gilbert, Adrian Hudson, Jonathan Gormley, Stephen Degnan, Liam Chalk, Mark Jackson, Darrell Tweed and Paddy McColgan all out on track. So Group B, can you get yourself ready please to the holding area? That's open Group B to the holding area. Here we go already. Oh, Paul Jordan, 22 on a charge. And that's Marcus Simpson, James Chalk and Kevin Keyes together. And there's Liam. Chalk, good to see him back out once again. Darrell Anderson, Don Gilbert. And Martin Morris just tucked him behind. Number 9 then. Graham McAleese away through. Paddy McColgan on the Ducati, tucked him behind. Number 4, John Marsh. The way through on the Suzuki. Corn Smith on the Superbike this season. He primarily rode the classic Superbike last season, but he's back out again. Corn raced many moons ago, Superbikes and Supersport, and took a bit of a sabbatical. Here comes Paul Jordan again. But it was great to see him back out at 125 there. Supersport, lap record, 124.4. He was close to it there in qualifying. Oh, Marcus Simpson going through at 126.2. Kevin Keyes currently 3rd fastest from James Chalk in 4th. Still plenty of machines to come through here. Darrell Tweed being one of them, up into 3rd place at 128.1 for Tweed. Oh, Darrell Anderson trying to keep the front end of that Honda down as best he can, standing on the back brake. His head down towards Gorton Corner. Number 9, Graham McAleese through. But Paul Jordan still the fastest. At the minute, don't forget, there is a group. This is Group A. There's still Group B to go. So anyone in Group B, can you please make your way to the holding area? Dennis Booth way through there. Kevin Canny up into 6th place. 131.4 for Canny. Going very well there in 6th. Kevin Keyes holding on to that 4th, but Paul Jordan will be coming around here. And he's 2nd now, round Brayside. And here's the Thunder in V2 Ducati. Faster again there for Paul Jordan. Again, just tipping on the edge of the Supersport lap record. Again, it's definitely going to go this time. A 124.442 is the lap record. Heat on a 4.81. Here we go, Kevin Keys then. Faster again from Keys. Marcus Simpson was slightly slower, 130.1. But Keys with a 127.9. All three across the line there. That was Liam Chalk. Oh, Darrell Anderson along with Don Gilbert. Don Gilbert up into 6th place now. A 129.8. Martin Morris on the far blade, a 134.3 as he crosses the line. And Graham McAleese made his way up into 11th place, but Richard McLaughlin up into 10th that time round, and the triumph of Adrian Hudson goes through in 14th. Oh, look at numbers. Stephen Dagnan. He's currently in 18th, 19th, Liam Quayle. And Jonathan Gormley in top 20. Paul Jordan a 123.7. Oh, unofficially Supersport lap record, so we know he can do it. Absolutely trucking. Here, there's Marcus Simpson. Faster again, a 125.7. The Superbike lap record is held by Michael Dunlop, a 122.3, 91.7 mile an hour for a Superbike lap record. Paul Jordan, a 123.7, 90.2 mile an hour. So the Ducati really suiting Cookstown down to here, number 44 away through. Liam Scott up into 9th place. Don Gilbert still alongside Darrell Anderson on track. Gilbert 6th, Anderson 7th. Anderson getting on with that new Honda very well indeed. He had a quick spin at it at the end of last season. Oh, gaggle of riders coming down towards the He's just heading away. John Morris at the back of that group, of Graham McAleese 13th. Adrian Hudson 14th. Oh, Keelan Canny back up to 6th place now, a 129.6 on that last lap. Dennis Booth, the checker flag goes out there. That's Dennis Booth, Dagnan, Quayle all together on track. 17th, 18th and 19th respectively. But Paul Jordan, a 123.7 was his best that last lap as he crossed the line with a 124.0. So he's absolutely on fire here. Marcus Simpson across the line, currently 2nd fastest, but we'll have to wait for Darrell Keys. That's James Chalk across the line. Kevin Keys at the minute in 4th. Here's Tweedy. Stays in that 3rd place. Faster again for Tweed, a 126.1. Slightly off the pace. Again, new machinery for Tweed this year. And remember, Group B still to run. The combined time will tell us everything for the racing later on. But Paul Jordan at the minute still on top, and I don't think that anybody's going to shake that in this session. Chalky across the line then. Liam Chalk 10th. James Chalk, what a result there. 5th place so far for James Chalk. Oh, Martin Morris then across the line. 10th place. At Paddy McColgan 15th. John Morris 12th. And that's James Chalk across the line. So Paul Jordan then fastest at the minute. Remember, Group B still have to go out. A 123.7. Unofficially the fastest Supersport machine around Cookstown 100. So we know he's got the pace. Marcus Simpson 2nd, a 125.4. Darrell Tweeden 3rd with a 126.1. Kevin Keys 4th, a 127.5. James Chalk in 5th, a 127.6. Kevin Canny in 6th, a 129.6. Don Gilbert in 7th, a 129.8. Darrell Anderson in 8th, a 130.7. Richard McLaughlin in 9th, good run there for Richie, a 130.8. Martin Morris in 10th with a 131.8. Liam Chalk in 11th, a 132.1. We have 12th John Marsh, Graham McAleese 13th, 14th is Adrian Hudson, 15th Paddy McColgan, Mark Jackson in 16th, 17th Dennis Booth, Stephen Degnan in 18th, 19th Liam Quayle, and top 20 is Jonathan Gormley. So open race Group B should be in the holding area. If not, please get yourself there as quickly as possible and you'll be going out on track very, very soon indeed. Okay, Group B out on track now. Mick Sweeney lines up, followed by Sean Brawley, Neil Kernahan. Just in behind Michael Gann. Neil Kernahan was out with the newcomers earlier on. The lovely Texaco Suzuki colours there of Ryan Whitehall. You're only doing 2 laps. Okay, Ryan. Number 97 there. That's Lee Harrop. As the machine's away out on track. Ryan Whitehall with a race start. Back to start off the line. You can see the sticker on the back of the tyre there. Paul Cranston. And Michael Dunlop. Michael Dunlop opting for the BMW this weekend. I know he's been testing at the Ducatis, Oulton Park and at Kyrgyzstan. I'm pretty sure he's only got the Moto 3 and the BMW with him this weekend. As he tips into Gorton Corner, heading up the McAdoo's, a good clear road ahead of him then. So Kitty just calling the Super Twins to the holding area. Again, A and B groups for this class as well. Huge entries this weekend. I'm pretty sure it's record-breaking entries this weekend. So here we go then. Oh, Mick Sweeney. I think John Dillon got a wee bit of a fright there. Mick Sweeney came right through. Neil Kernahan. First time on that BMW in anger down this straight. He was showing the newcomers round earlier on. But again, it was at a controlled pace. Open up the tops on that big BMW. Again, swapping from the R1 Yamaha from last season. Another swap out from Yamaha R1 is this man, Ryan Whitehall, number 361. So Whitehall opting for the Suzuki this season. And he's done a fair bit of testing on that as well. Here comes Michael Dunlop. Breaks down into Gorton's just whenever the road sort of flattens out, squeezing hard on that front brake. And you'll see the leg dangle, the right leg coming off the foot peg just to keep the body weight down on the back of the bike. Here's Michael Sweeney again. Putting some times on the board, a 1:25.5 Superbike lap record. Remember, in the 1:22.3 and 91.7 mile an hour lap, that was Dunlop in 2025. So Michael Sweeney on a charge here. Sean Brawley second at the minute, Neil Kernahan third. So Sean Brawley really pushing this weekend, looking really strong. And so is that man, Lee Harrah. So Lee Harrah going well. He's ahead of that group this lap. Up into 6th place for Lee Harrah. Paul Cranston away through, currently in 10th. Dean McMaster coming down very shortly. Oh, Michael Dunlop very quickly caught that group ahead of him. So he's fastest at the minute, a 1:24.9. Michael Sweeney, a 1:25.5. You remember last year, Some really good close racing between the two Michaels. Sean Brawley third at the minute. Neil Kernahan at 1:30.0. He looked a wee bit uncomfortable on that last lap, but again, just getting used to that machine. Michael Sweeney away through again at 1:24.913. Michael Dunlop at 1:24.901. Nothing in it here. This qualifying session, the Ducati goes through. Quicker again for Brawley at 1:27.9. Oh, Julian Trummer spinning the back wheel on that machine. He goes up into fourth place. Demoted to fifth. That was Michael Gann away through there, number 222. He was seventh, but Sean Buckle quickly demoted him to eighth, so he's up into seventh place now. As Dermot Cleary goes through. Dermot currently in 10th at 1:32.9. Paul Cranston across the line. He holds on to that 12th place, but there's Ryan Whitehall. Great lap there for Ryan Whitehall. Up into 6th at 1:29.8 for Whitehall on the Suzuki. Dean McMaster across the line up into 7th at 1:31.2. Noah Carroll and Darrell Trapp across the line. We'll be looking for Michael Sweeney here very soon. That last lap at Dunlop's was 1:26.9 as he cuts his way through traffic. Here comes Sweeney. Slightly slower that time at 1:25.6 compared to his best at 1:24.9. But he's still only 0.012 off Michael Dunlop's time. Sean Brawley quicker again at 1:27.4, just chipping away at them times. But he's still just over 2.5 seconds to find Neil Kernahan. So Neil Kernahan starting to feel a wee bit more comfortable with that machine. 1:28.2 across the line for Kernahan. Up into fourth place. Andy Farrell in. And that's Michael Gann across the line up in 11th place. And Sean Buckle in 9th. Number 97 of Lee Harron and that R6 Yamaha. New livery this season. Michael Dunlop way through. Still can't up his pace, 1:26.1. But he's got a bit of a clear road ahead of him now before he catches Buckle. Dean McMaster staying in that 7th place. Faster though, a 1:30.7. Away through of Noel Carroll. Darrell Trapp just ahead of him. Michael Sweeney takes the checker flag. Fastest so far for Michael Sweeney at 1:24.6. We'll have to wait for Michael Dunlop. What can he do on this lap? He's got a clear road ahead of him this time round. But Michael Sweeney, pole for now. 1:24.6. Sean Brawley, Neil Kernahan. Brawley stays in that 3rd, Kernahan 4th, Julian Trummer 5th at the minute. There's Andy Farrell, Michael Gann. Farrell currently 8th, Gann in 12th. So we'll just wait then. There's Lee Harrell, Michael Dunlop. Cutting his way through more traffic. Dunlop goes fastest at 1:23.5 for Michael Dunlop. Michael Sweeney has to settle for 2nd place at 1:24.6. So again, we'll have to wait to see the combined qualifying sessions. But it's Michael Dunlop fastest from Sweeney. Sean Brawley 3rd at 1:27.4. Neil Kernahan 4th with a 1:28.2. Julian Trummer, good run there from Trummer in 5th at 1:28.2. Ryan Whitehall in 6th at 1:29.8. Dean McMaster 7th at 1:30.7. Andy Farrell in 8th with a 1:30.9. Lee Harron 9th at 1:31.2. Sean Buckle in 10th with a 1:31.8. And Dermot Cleary with a 131.9, so very close between them three. Then we have Michael Gann in 12th, 13th Paul Cronson, 14th Dar Trapp, and 15th Noel Carroll. So Super Twins Group A up next. If you're not already in the holding area, please get yourselves there as quickly as you can, and you'll be going out on track very shortly. So just a reminder, folks, we are streaming live up in the comedy box here. So on Comedy Corner 72 YouTube channel. And just a shout out for young Caleb Hughes, 10-year-old road racing fan. He's got the red cap on. Well, he was at the Chippy Van. I hope you were buying, Caleb. So hopefully you enjoy this weekend. So join the chat, subscribe, and we'll keep a wee eye on the chat as the weekend unfolds. So Super Twin Group A will be going out on track any second now, followed by Super Twin Group B, and then we're on to the races. I haven't heard any different. So 3 races still to run tonight: Classic Superbikes, Super Twin B, and the Open A invitation race. That's the fastest 23 from qualifying. So the machine's thundering away there in the background. Paddy McColgan, Liam Chalk beside him. James Chalk. Kevin Canny. Lovely livery on that machine of Canny's this season. A wee bit of respect there from the Chalk brothers. Paddy McColgan. Always smiling. Number 61 there, Leon Murphy. Number 46, Mark Johnson. Dale Bruce. There we go. Nigel Moore. RJ Woolsey away. Michael Gunn. So Michael Gunn back out in this one as the weave from side to side, just trying to scrub up them tyres best they can so we can get a good shot at this qualifying. So Super Twin Group B, if you can make your way to the holding area, that would be fantastic. So Group A out on track. Nigel Moore riding the McKnight racing machine, previously ridden by Stephen McKnight, still recovering after his incident a couple of years ago. So we wish him all the best. So again, massive grid of Super Twins here, and another session to go, Super Twin B, before we start the racing this afternoon. So here we go then. It's Connie. Katie and Connie cross the line. That's Paddy McColgan and James Chalk there. Having a wee bit of fun. Jack Bailey Hawker across the line then on the Cowton racing machine. That's the number 3 of Lee McGavick. So again, new machinery for Lee McGavick this year. And another new colour scheme. And number 222 away through, along with Dale Brew, Nigel Moore, RJ Woolsey. Number 15 machine of William Roberts. So again, Super Twin lap record, a 1:27.2, 86.6 mile an hour lap. Held by Derek McGee back in 2022. 2025, apologies. Derek McGee coming back last season and dominating the racing here. His first time now Kieran Kelly. James Chalk, a good run there for Chalky. James Chalk just slots in behind. You can see his brother in the distance on his left, Paddy McColgan. Kevin Lavery, Billy Harker, Jack Mayers. That's William Grant. William Grant having a steady run this weekend so far. Lee McGowan up in the 7th place. Graham McAleese up into 6th now, 138.4. Again, anybody who's in a wee bit of a tussle here, they're going to try and spread themselves out. They might even sit back a wee bit, just to give a wee bit of a road, so they can make the most out of this qualifying session. Again, some of these Super Twins, you can be guaranteed, some of these Super Twins are worth more than the super bikes and the super stock machines that are out here. 27 away through there, just struggling to get gears on that machine. So we'll wait for Keevy and Canny coming round. Last lap was a 1:33.0. Here he comes. Slower that time, but not by much. Oh, James Chalk, what a lap there. Fastest for James Chalk, a 1:32.8. And here's Paddy McColgan, number 8 machine going through. Slots it, but look at Michael Gann and Kevin Lavery. So Kevin Lavery jumps up to 4th place. Michael Gann in 5th. Jack Mayers 7th at the minute as he crosses the line. William Grant then down into 12th place. Lee McGavick in 8th at the minute. So James Chalk a 132.8, Canny with a 133.0. There is absolutely nothing in it at all. Oh, Lee Osprey having to sit up there, just in behind Mark Johnson. Osprey's last lap that was a 141.1, so he's been held up somewhere. His best at 139.1. He's caught that wee bit of traffic ahead of him, struggling to get past. He's not able to find any light. RJ Wilson through 17th at the minute, a 142.6 for RJ. Again, another rider getting plenty of track time. Dave Walsh. Dave Walsh 16th there at the minute. Canny away through, and he's faster again. A 132.7 from Canny, but James Chalk once again faster. 132.2 for Chalk. Canny a 132.7. Again, just under half a second slower. Look at Kevin Lavery. Kevin Lavery, he has to get past Paddy McColgan pretty soon, and he has to get past him now, or you can find yourself slowing down to the pace of the rider in front, and I think he has, up the inside at Gorton Corner. So that's Lee McGavick away past, currently in 8th place, so back up into 8th with a 136.9, slightly faster that time round. Number 91 machine of Graham McAleese. Now with a clear road ahead of him, Graham McAleese going very well in these past seasons. But the checkered flag is being readied for this session, so Super Twin B, if you're not in the holding area, you may get there quickly because you'll be out on track here very soon. So James Chalk at the minute fastest. And you can be near guaranteed that it's going to change here very soon. We're just waiting for Kevin Canny. We'll have to wait for Canny coming down. Here he is. So he's going to cross the line. Will he be faster again? No, slower that time from Canny, a 134.2. They're all slightly slower that time. They found themselves in a bit of a tussle, but it's James Chalk who's fastest from Canny and his brother Liam. Now, what can Kevin Lavery do this time? Oh, Kevin Lavery was faster, but it wasn't enough. He stays in that 4th place. Joe Loughlin across the line, 61, way through. Number 61, Leon Murphy across the line. Wait for Graham McAleese with that bit of a clear road. Here he is. Oh, he stays in that 9th place. Michael Gann then. Michael Gann up into 5th. Demoting Bailey Harker to 6th on that last lap. Mark Johnson and Nigel Moore across the line, but James Chalk fastest with a 132.2 from Kevin Canny in 2nd, a 132.7. Liam Chalk then in 3rd, a 133.4. Kevin Lavery in 4th with a 134.0. Michael Gann on the last lap jumped into 5th with a 134.9. Billy Hawker on the Cowden Racing Machine in 6th, a 135.7. Paddy McColgan 7th with a 135.8. Jack Myers in 8th, a 136.5. Graham McAleese in 9th with a 136.7. And Lee McGavick rounds up a top 10 with a 136.9. Then we have Lee Osprey in 11th. 12th was Leon Murphy. 13th, William Grant. Nigel Moore 14th. 15th, Mark Johnson. 16th was Dave Walsh. RJ Woolsey 17th. 18th, Dale Brew. 19th was Ricky Martin, and Brian Fudge in 20th. So Group B coming out very soon. Look at Ricky Martin. He was a singer, wasn't he? So he's doing very well out here at Cookstown. So Super Twin Group B up next, folks. Before we move into the racing this afternoon, remember the Classic Superbikes, the first race of the night. Then Super Twin B. Then we have race 3, the Open, the big bike race. And that's the fastest 23 from qualifying today. So Group B out on track now. See Darrell Tweed there. Tweed on the sports bike. I'm just alongside Dean McMaster on the RNI Limited machine. James Walsh, Michael Gann, Graham Smallwood, Nick Healy. All in the front row. Neil Kernahan there just in behind. Sean Brawley squeezing his way to the front row on their Aprilia. So here we go then, ready to go. I think the girl's going to get run over here. Dave McMaster here. Ran over Kitty Harlan. Number 77 of Don Pearson. Old machine, you can see the scoop on the front fern there to try and get as much air into the system as possible, into that air box. Through Darrell Tweed, Michael Sweeney, Daniel Pearson, James Walsh, Chris Ganley, Noel Carroll. Not allowed up here. Not allowed up here now. Good man. Noel Carroll, Shane Dorn, Andy Farrell, Lee Harrah, Sean Brawley, Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan jumping off that BMW. This 650 will feel like a wee toy to him. So we'll keep an eye on Graham Smallwood. He had a good run in the support class. Darrell Tweed, just remember the Super Twin lap record is a 1:27.2. So there's Brawley. 3-cylinder. Brawley, Michael Young, Darrell Sweeney, Dean McMaster, Michael Sweeney, Neil Kernan, James Rollins, James Rollins, Andy Farrell, Lee Harr all the way through there. Dallas Reynolds, and Brandon Kavanagh. So just here and there, number 94 had a wee slip off, but up and perfectly okay. I think that was Dorn, perhaps. Memory serves me right. Dorn on their Aprilia, but up and perfectly okay, which is always a good sign. But here we go then. Here comes Brawley. Across the line. Oh, and look, Darrell Tweed. And a whole freight train of 650 machines going through there. And Michael Sweeney and Andy Farrell are squeezed into the middle of it all. Darrell Tweed fastest at the minute with a 132.8. 132.8 for Tweedy. Neil Kernahan second at the minute, 133.8. So Tweed a second faster than Neil Kernahan on that lap. And of course there's that whole great train of motorcycles in behind him with Michael Sweeney, Andy Farrell, Dean McMaster and Lee Harra. They're all on track together. Again, we said it before, we'll say it again, they have to make sure they're not slowing each other up and getting into a dice and elbowing each other. Because you can ruin your chances of getting right up there in qualifying. But no such issue for Darrell Tweed. He's only got Sean Brawley ahead of him. But it doesn't look like he's going to be ahead of him for too long. Brawley across the line, goes faster again with Darrell Tweed. And look who's chasing them down. It's Michael Sweeney. Michael Sweeney's chasing them down. He's on the hunt. A 129.7 for Michael Sweeney, who goes fastest. Darrell Tweed second, a 130.7. Dean McMaster third with a 131.6. And Brawley demoted to fourth, a 131.7, but he is up in the pace. He's getting quicker the more he gets comfortable on that machine. Here's the McKinsey racing machine. Michael Clyde away through as Daniel Pearson. So Daniel Pearson up into 13th now. A 140.5 for Pearson. But Sweeney with the fastest lap at the minute, a 129.7. So a wee bit off the pace from the lap record. Still early days. Just starting to cool down here ever so slightly now. There's still plenty of heat in the air, and it bodes well for the racing. After this, of course, the classic Superbikes. Oh, look at Michael Sweeney chasing Darrell Tweed down. Dean Kernahan and Dean McMaster are together on track. And McMaster just the right hand side there on Kernahan. And he's got past nicely going into Gorton's. Got the job done well before the braking marker. James Walsh again, he's going to do the same thing. And he does indeed pass nice and smoothly there. So again, the classic Superbike machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. Oh, Graham Smallwood's now up into 13th place. He's on the move. A 139.9 from Smallwood. Michael Clyde holds on to that 12th place. A 139.4. Again, they're just moving about, try to stay in the clean air. Because these 650 machines, they run hot. If you're walking about the paddock or if you see them, you notice the massive big radiator on the front, just to try and keep them as cool as possible. They might only be twins, but they run very hot and they're red very hard. Chris May through there. So Chris Mayer on the 650. Number 122. So Michael Sweeney then, slower that time with Darrell Tweed. Oh, these pair are together on the road, Dean McMaster and Neil Curran. Sean Brawley across the line, slips into second fastest. So 130.3 ahead of Darrell Tweed, but it's Michael Sweeney who's fastest in this qualifying session, a 129.3. Sean Brawley a 130.3 on the last lap as he crosses the line. So it looks like Dean McMaster just behind Darrell Tweed in third. Dean McMaster will slide into fourth place. As Brendan Kavanagh, and there's Graham Smallwoods. Looks like he's only been able to settle for 14th. Michael Clyde on the McKinsey Racing machine. Daniel Pearson's on the field. Keep an eye for Chris Mayer then. He was 20th fastest. Again, first time on that machine. And primarily, he loves his two-strokes. Chris Mayer. You wouldn't see him too often on a four-stroke. And here he comes in the second of the McKinsey Racing machines, and 19th. So he bettered his time. Dallas Reynolds 20th, but Michael Sweeney fastest at 129.3. Sean Brawley in second with a 130.3. Darrell Tweed third at 130.4. Dean McMaster fourth with 131.6. Neil Curran fifth at 131.8. Andy Farrell sixth with a 133.3. Lee Harris seventh at 133.7. Michael Gillen eighth at 133.9. So awful close there. The top seven, James Walsh in ninth with a 136.5. Brandon Kavanagh is the top 10 with a 137.7. Then we have Oliver Morgan Edward, very posh in 11th. 12th is Daniel Pearson, should I say. 13th, John O'Donovan. 14th, Michael Clyde. 15th is Graham Smallwoods. Noel Carroll, 16th. 17th is Jack Andrews. 18th, Jason Whelan. 19th, Chris Mayer. And rounding up the top 20 is Dallas Reynolds.
So just here and there from the Clarko course, so there's going to be half an hour, 45 minutes break. So I think a 5:15. So if everyone is back on post, please, for 5:15, and we'll get the first races up and going, and that's the classic Superbike machines. So you're talking half an hour, everyone will be back on post and ready to go, please. The classic Superbike races will be lined up and ready to go to thunder down the Orritor Road here, the Orritor Circuit at Cookstown.
first race. Charles Lee, Martin Simpson, Ryan Whitehall, Andy Hornby, Graham McAleese, Anthony McColgan, Sean Gilbert, and Dennis Booth, Lee Osprey, Neil Rutley, Adam Landos, Andy Kildare, and James Robley.
Established in 2018, the Classic Bike Festival Ireland is the largest track-based motorcycle event in the country, held each August at the Bishop's Court Circuit. It's organised by former motorcycle road racer Philip McCallan. He's an 11-time winner at both the Isle of Man TT and Northwest 200. 2025 is the event's biggest outing yet, with nearly 300 machines.
Yeah, it took us quite a few years now to get this together like this, but it's unbelievable. You know, we have top BSB riders here, we've got top Ireland riders here, we've got people from all over the place, and the crowds this morning, you know, the sun's out. What more could you wish for? Motorbikes and the sun.
It's attracted some of the biggest names from the past and present of motorcycling in the United Kingdom, including current British Superbike champion Kyle Ryde, who is riding a 250cc Yamaha.
It's very fun to be here. Not many people get to ride a 250 from 1999. So yeah, very lucky, very fortunate. Enjoying myself and yeah, just keep having fun.
Ryde not just attending for fun, the Superbike star also setting a new lap record for 250cc machinery. Fellow British Superbike competitor Danny Kent is as former world champion in the Moto3 class and rides for a Northern Ireland-based team.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be here. You know, the team, obviously, they came here last year. I wasn't able to make it, and you know, we put it in the calendar quite early in the year for us to be here. So yeah, even better with the sun being out. But it's just nice to actually race a bike without actually, you know, just with it being a bit chilled. You know, obviously on BSB weekends, you got your nerves, but no, here it's just good to have a good crack with the team and have some fun.
Kent going on to win the Open Invitation event for Superbikes, while Staffordshire's Storm Stacey is another rider who is at the top of the British Championship.
Oh, yeah, it's mega. Just to come away, enjoy myself, have a nice weekend away. It's just, yeah, just enjoy riding bikes. That's why I started doing it at the end of the day, is just to ride bikes. It's fun. You stop thinking. It's just, yeah, it's just mega, isn't it? And to see a load of people, always good.
But the event also attracts many stars from yesteryear. Twice British champion Jamie Whittam enthralled by the turnout of classic machinery.
Well, I love this event. I don't know whether I'm going to love going round. I mean, I'll be the slowest man out there. I brought my leathers and everything. I'm going to have a potter out, but all the aggression's gone. I like riding bikes now. I probably like actually riding more. I like racing, and I used to like the results, and I like doing all right. But I like riding bikes more now. But I like riding at a steadier pace.
In 1996, Whittam was teammate in the British Championship to Scotsman Niall Mackenzie, the pair finishing first and second in the overall standings. Mackenzie's championship-winning Yamaha YZF 750 on display at the event.
It's funny because we rode them to within an inch of their lives back in the day, but now she's a bit of a special old girl. It's 30 years on, so I'm sure she's still up for it, but I'm just not sure if the rider is. But I really want to look after her. I don't want any mishaps. She looks great in original condition, and I want to take her home like that.
The event also formed part of the Joey Dunlop celebration, with a collection of 25 of Joey's bikes put together to mark 25 years since the passing of the 26th-time TT winner. A fitting tribute to a brilliant weekend of racing in Northern Ireland. The 2026 edition will no doubt be back, bigger and better.
Riding in the TT race.
So the machines will be coming out onto the track very shortly here. And hopefully all the track personnel are at their posts. All the spectators are where they're meant to be. Great to see so many spectators here on the Friday. Good to see us all. And if you are just joining us, welcome to the BEAR Competition Cookstown 100. Everyone on the hill, give us a wee wave. All the spectators on the hill. There's a lot of red heads there. Keep the hats on. Plenty of sunscreen, hopefully. So the classic Superbikes will be out on the track very soon. Classic Superbike. Lap record held by Darrell Tweed on this 750 Yamaha he has with him this weekend. A 131.6 and 82.4 mile an hour lap. That was set last year. Conditions are a wee bit better this year. So we'll see what happens. And just a reminder, guys, we are streaming live here from the commentary box. So some of you have got wee claim to fame. And you'll be able to watch it back when you go home as well. But if you're anywhere in and around the track, in and around the circuit, somewhere else, and you want a wee bit of action here from the start and finish, tune in to Commentary Corner on YouTube. And we can give you a wee bit of a taster of what we see up here. So the clock of the course, just doing a radio check. If all marshals could make sure the radios are switched on and switched up, that would be fantastic. And we'll get things going here pretty soon. So last year, Darrell Tweed dominated this class and took the win over Paul Potchy Williams. Andy Hornby finished third. Great result for Dennis Booth as well, and Paul Cranston in fifth. So the whistle is blown. Darrell Tweed just gets his helmet on and gets ready. His bike will be brought out on pole position. Stanley Stewart by Novo Gen, 750 Yamaha. So this race will be over one warm-up lap and 9 laps. Believe you me, wrestling one of these things around here for 9 laps. You need to be an athlete. So the Stanley Stewart Novo Gen racing machine in pole position. And they get the roller starter ready on the back wheel. No starter motor in these things, or most of them. Paddy McColgan on the Ducati, the Oxford Products racing colours. Newcomer Don Gilbert there, number 34. He was on a charge during qualifying on that S-Rod. He wasn't off to a great start, but he chipped his way through the field. The lap times were coming down massively. Rhino sweep, road sweeper higher. Ryan Whitehall holding up. One for the sponsors. I'll not have time to call that number out for a good time. 07494. Number 361 machine. Remember, the Supersport machines are out to play with the classic Superbikes. So it's a classic Supersport. I think there's maybe 2 of them in there. Lee Osprey in the second of the R6 machines. The number 45. So the final call going around the circuit for the marshals to make sure everybody's ready to go. And the bikes will be set off within 1 minute for their warm-up lap. 1 warm-up lap, 9-lap race. And that'll be followed by the Super Twin B race. If you want to start getting yourselves ready, please, boys and girls. And then, of course, the big one, race 3, the Superbike race, the open invitation, as the klaxon is sounded. They're just trying to get that machine going then. I've got it running there for Darrell Tweed. So off to go then. It's Lee Osprey and Neil Rutledge away together. Um, 750 Kawasaki sound lovely leaving the line here. So on pole then, Darrell Tweed lines up with his qualifying time of a 1:29.8, and he managed that on the last lap. Marcus Simpson in second. I think he's riding the machine previously rode by Paul Cranston, the number 23 machine. Third, Ryan Whitehall lines up. Oh, I'm just hearing there, Lee Osprey unfortunately has retired from this race. So the number 45 machine, Lee Osprey, has retired. So Andy Hornby then lines up in 4th, 5th, Graham McAleese, 6th, Paddy McColgan, 7th is Don Gilbert, 8th, Dennis Booth. And unfortunately, Lee Osprey's race is over before it begins. 10th is Neil Rutledge. 11th, Corn Smith. 12th is Adam Randalls. 13th, Andy Kildare. 14th, James Rothery. And Noel Carroll lines up in 15th. So the machine's making their way back down the hill then to kick off the BEAR Competition Cookstown 100. The number 59 lines up on pole. Marcus Simpson there, a good look down the right-hand side there. And Whitehall, he might have the advantage round the twistier section on that R6 Yamaha. So 2 groups in, the green flag. Something being taken off the track there. Looks like a chain maybe. But here we go then. The engaged gear. The reds go up, they're told to watch the flag. Here we go then. Cookstown 100 is away! Great start there for Darrell Tweed. Marcus Simpson getting tucked in behind him. It's the group 2 then. We're looking at Neil Rutledge. Can he get that machine off the line? Oh, great start there from Rutledge. We're looking at number 51, Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare is trying. Oh, he's getting swamped there. So Don Gilbert moving over to the right-hand side. Andy Kildare as they disappear into turn 1. So through Gorton Corner, they disappear behind the trees and head up towards McAdoo. So the leaders are probably coming out of Mackney then. It doesn't take them an awful lot of time to get through. So Super Twin B, race 2, can you make your way to the holding area, please? That's race 2, Super Twin B to the holding area. So great start there for Darrell Tweed. Marcus Simpson doesn't want to let him go. They were pretty close. Marcus Simpson was the fastest through qualifying until the last lap. And Darrell Tweed got a bit of a clear road ahead of him. And again, wrestling one of these things. They're an absolute ton weight, but here they come then. They're rounding Brayside. They'll be coming into sight any second now. Here they are. Round Brayside, heading down the hill. Oh, it's Tweedy, but only just. Look at Marcus Simpson, number 23, in the slipstream. Oh, Paddy McColgan finds himself in a sandwich. Graham McAleese and Ryan Whitehall, either side of Paddy McColgan there on the Ducati. He had to suck in there to let them pass, but Paddy McColgan down into 5th place. Number 92 away through there. Great start. Noel Carroll, Don Gilbert, Neil Rutledge catching the A group already. 3 seconds off the pace. Adam Randall's in 10th. Andy Cadet 11th. 12th is James Rothery. So 3 retirements, unfortunately. Don Gilbert, Lee Osprey, and Corn Smith. Him echoing up the trees, heading to McAdoo's. Yeah, wee kink left and a tight right-hander nearly backs on itself before you get the power on, start to climb the hill. And then through Mackney's, it's off camber, very heavy on the front end, especially with these machines. It'll feel like turning the Titanic compared to modern machines, but here they come then. It's still Tweedy in the lead. Look at Marcus Simpson. So Marcus Simpson just 0.2 of a second back on Tweed. Graham McAleese ahead of Paddy McColgan, starting to go backwards now. He's down into 6th now, but Graham McAleese ahead of Ryan Whitehall and Andy Hornby. Paddy McColgan struggling to stay with that group in front of him. Dennis Booth out on his own there in 7th place. A 130.9 for Darrell Tweed that time round. Marcus Simpson 130.9. There's nothing in it whatsoever. Identical time. Graham McAleese in 3rd, a 132.4. So that's Noel Carroll away through there. Neil Rutledge then, number 777 in 9th place. A 143.3. This from the second group. Andy Kildare in 11th, a 145.4. So Darrell Tweed with the fastest lap. This is the timing screens just updating there. So it is Don Gilbert in that 4th place, a 1:35.4. So he's just issued with the transponder, and Darrell Tweed, a new track record. Let's see Ryan Whitehall as well for the Supersport, Classic Supersport, but Marcus Simpson posting the fastest lap. Marcus Simpson posting the fastest lap in that 2nd place, a 1:30.6 as they head down towards Gorton. So they're well within the lap record now. On to the 3rd lap. With Dennis Booth just tipping into Gorton's then. And we wait for Noel Carroll. He had a good bit of a lead over Rutledge. Here he comes, 92 machine, just tipping the limiter on the way past us here. And he's still pulling away, number 777, Rutledge away through there. Still holding on that 10th place, 11th. Adam Randall's just in behind. Just dropping back 1.5 seconds off Randall's this time round. Andy Kildare in 12th place. But what a lap there from Marcus Simpson, 1:30.6. So again, Darrell Tweed, he'll be pushing that Yamaha to the limit. If Marcus Simpson is able to show his front wheel, it's Simpson in the lead this time round. As Darrell Tweed struggles to hold on the back of him. The gap is 0.2 seconds now. 1:29.3 for Simpson, 1:29.7 for Darrell Tweed that time round. Graham McAleese through in 3rd place. Don Gilbert. Number 34, that's Don Gilbert, so his transponder's definitely not reading there as he just bounces about the timing screens, and he settled down in that 4th place just ahead of Ryan Whitehall. Andy Hornby 6th. Paddy McColgan holding on to that 7th, but Marcus Simpson, another lap record, 1:29.3. That's an 84.5 mile an hour lap compared to the previous lap record, 82.4. So they really are trucking here. And no mechanical sympathy there whatsoever for Noel Carroll. As he bounces that thing off the limiter once again. Adam Randall's then just starting to lose the toll with Neil Rutledge. So it's 2.1 seconds the gap is up to now. So Rutledge is chasing Carroll as best he can, but he just doesn't get the legs on that of Rutledge. That's his fastest lap so far. But here they come then. Tweed back in the lead of this one. Slightly slower that time. The two of them dicing the bit out. Marcus Simpson moves over to the right hand side, but he thinks better of it, and he tucks back in behind Darrell Tweed as they're coming up the slower riders. This can change everything in this race. So James Rothery, he's going to get a fright here very, very soon with these two machines. Oh, Andy Hornby out of this race. So Andy Hornby has retired into the paddock, unfortunately. So that's his race done. Dennis Booth up into 7th place now. So everyone from 7th is going to get promoted. So Kitty just shouting there for a call for the Super Twin B. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. That's the Super Twin B race to the holding area. As we look back up towards Braeside. So that's the number 92 machine of Noel Carroll. Rutledge going through then. Yes, Rod. A very popular machine for the classic superbikes, not only here but across the water. Here we go then. The two of them still at it. It's Darrell Tweed still in the lead, but only just. Marcus Simpson 0.2 of a second. The times are nearly identical there, 1:31.5 for the two of them. 3 laps to go then. 3 laps to go in this race. It's Graham McAleese is way out in the zone now, but look at Don Gilbert. So Don Gilbert still chasing down. Ryan Whitehall holding on to the back of him, struggling on that R6. Paddy McColgan away through in the number 8 machine, the Oxford Products, Ducati, and Dennis Booth. Still has him in his sights, the number 26 machine. So Graham McAleese, that was his personal best of the race so far, a 1:31.9. So he has the potential to stay with Darrell Tweed and Simpson. The two of them have started to pace themselves. They're starting to get a wee bit anxious, and they're coming into slower traffic as well. So if Graham McAleese can get could have got a good tow with him, he'd have been right up there. But still on lap record pace for McAleese. The lap record now a 1:29. So we're looking for the leaders here very shortly. And here they come then. So it's Marcus Simpson. So Simpson back in the lead of this one. It's going to come right down to the wire. And he had to dice himself through some traffic, and Marcus Simpson still managed the fastest lap of the race, a 1:28.6. Unbelievable. Ryan Whitehall, fastest classic Supersport lap record for Ryan Whitehall, a 1:32.4 that last lap. Still Graham McAleese in third, Gilbert fourth, and fifth is Whitehall. 7-9 away through, that's James Rafferty. Paddy McColgan, he's going to thunder him his way past Rafferty here very, very soon. So they'll be getting the last lap flag next time round. Marcus Simpson, if he can continue that form, it was 0.4 of a second back then for Darrell Tweed. Again, it's just picking the right markers, picking the right time to get past the slower riders. Obviously, the best thing is to get by them before the corner. Sometimes things can get a wee bit nasty. Most of the slower riders, the back markers, they know to move out of the road. No blue flags, obviously. Back on to the start and finish straight then. Oh, look, they're coming neck and neck on the last lap then. Marcus Simpson moves over to the left-hand side, but it's Darrell Tweed in the lead at the minute. So Marcus Simpson, he's not going to try and move round the outside, is he? Darrell Tweed closes the door, nips in, uses half the track, and he gives himself plenty of room back in the lead going through Gordon's. Graham McAleese away through there. There's Ryan Whitehall, still in that fifth place. And a lonely fifth. He would have liked to be a wee bit closer to his good friend Don Gilbert, and I'm sure Don will not let him forget about this one. Paddy McColgan, number 8. Lovely Ducati making his way through. Dennis Booth. Dennis Booth still going well there in 7th place. Last lap for Tweed, a 1:30.8. Marcus Simpson, a 1:31.3 on that last lap. So again, they're very busy. They're dicing their way through traffic and dicing with each other, of course, on this last lap. Tweed has to do something. He has to pull something out of the bag, but he needs to gap Marcus Simpson because his machine seems to have the legs down the straight. So another call for the Super Twin B race. Here we go then. Oh, it's Tweedy. Darrell Tweed across the line, takes the win from Marcus Simpson. 0.4 of a second across the line. He found something on that last lap, and knowing Darrell Tweed, I'm sure it wasn't an easy move to make. So Graham McAleese there, we're waiting. As Noel Cowell crosses the line, Graham McAleese taking the last step of the podium in 3rd place. Don Gilbert across the line in 4th. And Ryan Whitehall in 5th. So fantastic from them pair. Darrell Tweed on the last lap, a 128.9. Marcus Simpson's best time, a 128.6. The new lap record for the Classic Superbikes, but he just didn't clinch that win as Paddy McClellan goes across the line in 6th. And Dennis Booth then for a very respectable 7th place. But what a run there. What a last lap for Darrell Tweed, taking the win, a 128.9. Marcus Simpson 2nd, and the new lap record, 128.6. Graham McAleese 3rd with a 131.9. Don Gilbert 4th with a 132.2. Ryan Whitehall in 5th, and first of the Classic Supersport machines, a 132.4 and a new lap record for Ryan Whitehall. 6th was Paddy McColgan, a 135.5. 7th was Dennis Booth, a 133.7. Noel Carroll then in 8th with a 141.3. Niall Rutledge in 9th with a 141.6. Adam Randall's 10th, a 142.0. Andy Kildare in 11th with a 145.1. And James Rothery in 12th with a 147.5. What a great way to kick off the racing here at the BEAR Competition Cookstown 100. Next up is the Super Twin B race. That will be followed by the big one of today, the Superbikes, the Open Invitation race. Okay, folks, Super Twins are out on the track. William Grant on the Cowden racing machine. Pole position. We wave there from William. Nigel Moore. Thumbs up from Nigel, good to go on the McKnight racing machine. In second place, Daniel Pearson. Daniel Pearson just being brought back a wee bit. Number 77, he did qualify third. So away they go then for their warm-up. They've been let loose here pretty soon. Graham Smallwoods. His position there. So here we go then. Right for their warm-up lap. Okay. Chris Mayer. So the machines thunder away. And head down towards Gordon Corner. And disappear then up the hill for McAdoo's. Pole position then, William Grant from Nigel Moore in second place. Third, Daniel Pearson. Fourth, John O'Donovan. Fifth is Michael Clyde. Sixth, Graham Smallwood. Noel Carroll lines up in seventh. He'll be tired after wrestling that Superbike about. Jack Andrews in eighth. Mark Johnson ninth. 10th is Jason Whelan. 11th, Dave Walsh lines up ahead of Chris Mayer in 12th. 13th is RJ Woolsey. 14th is Dallas Reynolds. 15th, Chris Gangley. 16th, Dale Brew. 17th, your superstar Ricky Martin. 18th, Brian Fudge. 19th, Joe Loughlin. And 20th is William Roberts. So they're coming down to line up on the grid lane. We have the Superbikes, the Open Invitation Race to the Holden area. So the Open Invitation Race, if you can make your way to the Holden area, please. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the flag. The reds go up, and away they go. Oh, William Grant just didn't get off the line the way he wanted to here. Second group then. Away they go. Oh, front end down there. Jason Whelan struggling off the line as well, but he still got a good start. Third group. Watch the flag is lifted, and away they go. Number 27, Joe Loughlin away through there. So Loughlin trying to get a clear road ahead. This could bode well for Loughlin in this race, starting from the third group. But William Grant just struggling with that machine off the line. It was nearly as if he hit a false neutral in the Cowton racing machine, but he got going. And no doubt the red mist will be down. So we're waiting here for them to come back round through. William Grant on that Cowton racing machine. Nigel Moore on the McKnight racing machine, previously ridden by Stephen McKnight, who is still recovering. And hopefully he's recovering well. We send Stephen all the best wishes. The flag is waved at the Bray side. And the leaders are coming round the corner down on the start and finish straight then. Oh, it's Daniel Pearson. It's Daniel Pearson who's in the lead. This one from William Grant and Clyde. William Grant moves over to the right hand side. He's going to take 2 and 1 here, is he, before Gordon? On the brakes then, and the tip in underneath. It looks like Grant got the better of them there. Chris Mayer way through to the head of that group. Looks like Jason Whelan as well. So Jason Whelan on there, Aprilia. Again, trying to get the better of Chris Mayer on that McKinsey racing machine. That's Nick Healy away through there on his own. And James Rothery all away through. So Dan Pearson leading across the line, but I think William Grant maybe got the better of him through Gordon. He just let the brakes off ever so slightly. Whether he made it round, if he was able to pull it back up. Of course, Pearson had the line. He might have been able to get the drive up the hill heading towards McAdoo's. But as a racer, getting a bad start is very difficult. And sometimes it could work in your favour. So again, the open invitation race, make your way to the holding area. But here they come once again. It is Grant. So it is number 9, Grant in the lead from Michael Clyde. Oh, Daniel Pearson is getting swamped in this one. He's starting to go backwards. So William Grant with the fastest lap of 1:35.6. Clyde in second place. Andrews in third. Nigel Moore in fourth. Fifth was Daniel Pearson. John O'Donnell in James Smallwoods. Jason Whelan away through there in 9th. RJ Woolsey just ahead of him in 8th place. Back there, Dale Brew. Dallas Reynolds going to make a move then on the inside, is he, at Gordon. As the sun shines down on us here. William Grant is well tucked into that Cowton racing machine. A 1:35.6 across the line. As Nick Healy, number 203. A 1:41.3 there in 18th place. But we'll look back up towards the Bray side then. William Grant last lap, a 1:35.6. The gap back to Michael Clyde was 1.4. And look at Joe Loughlin uncorrected time. What did we say from the third group? He's got a good clear road ahead of him. He's up into third place, the number 27 machine, a 1:39.4. So Nigel Moore currently in 5th, and it's only Jack Andrews separating Joe and Nigel. So there's Grant, faster again from William Grant. He crosses the line. Michael Clyde on the McKinsey race. Oh, look at Pearson. Daniel Pearson is on the move in this one, and oh, he squeezes across the front end of Jack Andrews. So Daniel Pearson, he's got the racing line, so he got the job done before the braking marker. That's exactly what you want, but we'll have to keep an eye on Joe Loughlin. Jason Whelan across the line. Where's the number 27 machine? Here he is. So Joe Loughlin 5th. So he's came upon the second group now, and he has to. He settled himself into that 5th place, but knowing Joe, there'll be no stopping him here in the number 27 machine. That was a 39.0 while working through traffic. So he's still got a lot of work to do. Joe Loughlin only 0.3 off Daniel Pearson in 4th place, while Daniel Pearson is dicing it out with Jack Andrews there. He may have made his way up into 3rd place, but he has to be careful, because of course Joe Loughlin can technically win this race from the 3rd group. But the pace that William Grant is going at the minute, I don't think there's anything stopping him here. At the minute, a 1:34.5, fastest lap again for Grant. Clyde in 2nd with a 1:36.7. He's already 3.7. Here he is. Across the line, he's starting to pace himself now. 1:35. He's going to control that gap back from Michael Clyde. Look at the lead that Daniel Pearson has over Jack Andrews. So Daniel Pearson is pulling away massively over Jack Andrews. 2.5 seconds of a gap now on that last lap. So again, Pearson may have made a mistake somewhere just when Grant got past him. Going on that 2nd lap. Joe Loughlin, he's on a move. He's back up to 3rd place on corrected time as he crosses the line at 1:35.8. So a 1:35.8, he's close to that fastest lap of Grant. He just has to get past Jason Whelan. And he's got a good chance at this one. 2.7 seconds back on Clyde, but he's a further 8 seconds back on Grant. So I think if all goes well, Grant will have this one in the bag. 4.5 laps to go then. If the open invitation race can make their way to the holding area. And we wait for William Grant coming down the hill then. As James Rothery crosses the line. Here's Granty. William Grant. A 1:35.2, nearly matching his last lap. Michael Clyde in 2nd place. That's Daniel Pearson. Where's the number 27? Nigel Moore going well there. So Nigel Moore up into 4th place now, ahead of John O'Donovan. But the man we're waiting for, Joe Loughlin, as he bellows his way down the hill on that 650 twin. Joe Loughlin back up into 3rd place. Only 7.9 of second off the gap. There's too much work to do maybe to get anywhere close to William Grant. So on that lap, Joe Loughlin was the fastest rider on track on that lap, 1:35.0 compared to Grant's 1:35.2. But he's only 0.5, he's only half a second off Michael Clyde. So Michael Clyde may think he has this 2nd place in the bag, but he's going to have to get the head down. He's going to have to bite that screen because the race isn't over yet. Joe Loughlin is on a push. He'll see his pit board. He'll know where he is. He's been at this for a long time. He knows exactly what to do. Daniel Pearson still in that 4th, 5th. Nigel Moore, John O'Donovan. Here he is, William Grant. And John O'Donovan in 6th, 7th. Jack Andrews, 8th. Graham Smallwood, 9th is Jason Whelan. Again, Daniel Pearson going for it again. Daniel Pearson making his way through the slower traffic. And I don't think it's going to deter them too much. It's Graham Smallwood. Here's Joe. Joe up into 2nd place. Joe Loughlin. He's 6.6 seconds off William Grant now. William Grant, he can't slow down anymore. He has to maintain that speed. A 1:34.7 for Joe Loughlin. That last lap for Grant, a 1:35.9. So he's going to chip away. He's not going to give up until that checkered flag is being flown. But Joe Loughlin up into 2nd. Strong race for him. You've seen it before. We've seen races being won before from the third group. But Daniel Pearson going very well there in fourth. A 1:37.0 from Pearson, faster than Michael Clyde a 1:37.5, Pearson a 1:37.0. He could have been with him. Here's William Grant across the line. He's still a 1:35.2. How consistent do you like it? Absolutely perfect, but look who's under pressure now. Michael Clyde could end up losing another spot here. So Daniel Pearson is within slipstream contention now of Michael Clyde. As the tip in, Pearson decides to stay in behind him, does he? Graham Smalley's way through. Where's Joe? Here he comes, the number 27 machine. Joe Loughlin with the fastest lap, a 1:34.2. 5.6 seconds. He's taken a second a lap off William Grant here at the minute. I don't think he's going to have enough time. Only 1.5 laps left to go in this race. They'll be getting the last lap flag the next time round. Number 280, that's Jason Whelan. Chris Mayer just in behind it. So Chris Mayer on that McKinstry, everyone knows in the paddock, everyone knows Billy McKinstry. He used to sell the Elf fuel. Billy McKinstry Transport now. So it's great to see Billy has 2 machines out this weekend. So again, we'll look up towards Bray's side. We wait for Grant emerging. So there's William Grant. Last lap time now for William. And they're still battling out Clyde and Pearson for, well, that provisional second place. Look at Clyde, look at Pearson. So Pearson in the slipstream now. He has to stay in the slipstream. His machine doesn't seem to have the legs on Clyde's, but he moves over the left-hand side. Is he going to make a move on the brakes? Up the inside goes Pearson. But has he made a stick? There's Joe. Fastest lap again for Joe Loughlin, a 1:33.5. Still in that second place, only 2.5 seconds off William Grant. So William Grant, he's going to be under pressure. I can't see Joe finding 2.5 seconds, but William, he's been so consistent. Although William Grant's last lap was a 1:36.6, a second slower than what he has been running. Of course, he posted the fastest lap at the beginning of the race, a 1:33.5. But Joe Loughlin with a 1:33.5 now. It's going to be hard pushed. If Grant slows down any further, Joe Loughlin could win this race. Dave Walsh, last machine. That's Dale Brew and Nick Healy. So Nick Healy. No Brian Fudge that time round. So we'll have to wait to see. The checkered flag is being ready, but we'll have to wait to see what our Joe can do. William Grant then. William Grant across the line. But is he going to do it? He didn't slow. He didn't slow too much. A 1:36. It's a 1:36.9 that time round. But what can Joe Loughlin do? Daniel Pearson was able to get the better of Michael Clyde across the line. But here he comes, the number 27, Joe Loughlin. Joe Loughlin takes the win. Joe Loughlin takes the win by 1.6 seconds. Fastest lap, a 1:32.6 that time round. What a phenomenal race. Joe Loughlin, bow your head. Absolutely amazing. William Grant, you shouldn't have slowed up, son. So unfortunate, but he'll be happy still with that second place. Daniel Pearson was able to take the last step of the podium from Michael Clyde on the last lap. But what a race for Joe. Fastest lap, he knew it was coming. He pushed to the absolute limit every single lap and he made it count. Michael Clyde then in fourth place. Racing further back then, Jason Whelan. Jason Whelan just getting the better of Dave Walsh and no more across the line. But John O'Donovan fifth. Sixth was Nigel Moore. Oh, As Nick Healy, Chris Ganley getting the better of Nick Healy across the line. So all the machines through then. Jack Andrews 7th, 8th was Graham Smallwoods, Chris Maher in 9th, 10th was Dallas Reynolds, 11th Jason Whelan, 12th was Dave Walsh, Dale Brew was 13th, 14th Chris Ganley, Nick Healy in 15th, 16th was Brian Fudge, and 17th was James Rothery. Oh, I'm going to have to sit down after that one, folks. Joe Loughlin, we've seen it coming. If William Grant just stayed as consistent as what he was running the 135s, he could have just got it. But Loughlin with the win, Grant in second, and Pearson taking the last step of the podium. Next up then, I don't know if I can handle this one. It's the Open Invitation Race. The big bikes are coming up next.
Loughlin with the win.
So Superbike machines are on the grid. So the sweeper is on the track. For any spectators, please be aware. So the track car is doing a final sweep of the circuit to make sure everybody's in place. So all spectators, please stay where you are, get into your positions. Because things are about to heat up here with this open invitation race. So there we go then, the klaxon has been sounded. So here we go then. The BEAR Competition Cookstown 100 Open Invitation Race, Race 3. The machines are going out on their warm-up lap. Andy Farrell, Lee Hart, Dean McMaster all the way on their warm-up lap. Lining up on pole position, Michael Dunlop, the number 6 machine. The Bull is back. Paul Jordan in behind on the V2 Ducati. Michael Sweeney in third. Fourth is Marcus Simpson, who's had a great weekend so far and a great start to his Cookstown 100. Darrell Tweed in behind in 5th. John Brawley in 6th, who's also had a fantastic weekend so far. He's really on the ball, young Brawley on the 99 machine. 7th is Kevin Keys. 8th is James Chalk. Neil Kernahan in 9th. Julian Trummer lines up in 10th. 11th is Kevin Kenny. Ryan Whitehall in 12th. 13th is Don Gilbert. 14th is Darrell Anderson. 15th, Dean McMaster, followed by Richard McLaughlin. 17th, Andy Farrell. 18th is Lee Hara. 19th, Martin Morris. And 20th is Sean Buckle.
Darrell Tweed looking
a good start. And a shout out to the lads and ladies at the Ballygown District Road Racing Supporters Club. Proudly supporting Darrell Tweed this season. And apparently someone has to show Davey Patton how to split the G on the paint of stout. So big shout out there to the Ballygown District Road Racing Club. So the machine's back, Marcus Simpson there, number 23, cool, calm and collected.
Again, he's had a great start to his Cookstown. Darryl Tweed there on the ability, energy, fire blade. JL racing ability, energy, Honda. So here we go then.
Dunlop is back in action. Hold on to your drinks, ladies and gentlemen. The wheel on goal. Great start there for Paul Jordan. Briefly in the lead, but the BMW gets a power down. Row 2 now. Neil Kernahan. Revs go up and away they go. Great start there for number 32 as well as Keelan Kenny on the left hand side. Keelan Kenny may have got the whole shot in that one. Group 3. Lee Hara needs a good start on this one. What a great start he got. Lee Hara. Andy Farrell just tucking in behind him there in the slipstream of that R6 Yamaha. Who gets the whole shot into Gordon's? Oh, look at Andy Farrell up, trying to squeeze up the inside there of Lee Hara, but I think Lee Hara might have closed the door on him. As they bellow their way up towards McAdoo's.
We'll be keeping an eye out for the leaders. Remember, Superbike lap record a 122.3 and 91.7 mph lap held by Michael Dunlop last season on this machine, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that lap record. Track temperature has dropped ever so slightly. And remember, that sun up over Black Farm, we'll have to keep an eye on it as well. But we're running pretty smoothly here. Michael Dunlop. We'll keep an eye here. Come on in. Down over Brayside.
It's Michael Dunlop. He's in the lead. Marcus Simpson, Paul George, Donald Reed in that order. Look at Sean Brawley and Kevin Keys. So Kevin Keys has the legs over that machine of Brawley's. A V2 Ducati struggling with these Superbike machines. Kevin, did he get a stop? He did. Keelan Kenny with a great start there. Number 32 machine. Neil Kernahan just in behind him from James Chalk, Richard McLaughlin, Darrell Anderson, Julian Trummer. Andy Farrell still ahead of Andy Farrell and Michael Gann. Number 222 in 19th place, and Sean Buckle rounds up the top 20. So Michael Sweeney 1.0 off the back of Michael Dunlop. These two were at it, absolute neck and neck last year here at Cookstown.
Here and there, I think it might have been 29 retired there, I heard on the radio. Here we go again, Ryan Brayside, heading down the hill.
The boom, trying to keep the front end down. Marcus Simpson is pushing that blade to the limit, and he's trying to stay with Michael Sweeney. So Michael Dunlop then, a 1:23.7 that time round. He's really starting to bite the screen. 2.1 seconds, a lead over Michael Sweeney. Marcus Simpson a further only 0.6 back on Sweeney. So he's really pushing hard. Simpson's feeling good this season. He's looking strong. He's looking fit. Andy Farrell then getting the better lead that time round. Michael Gann in behind with Sean Buckle. But Michael Dunlop a 1:23.7, Sweeney a 1:24.8, Marcus Simpson a 1:25.0, but he's still getting a toe with Sweeney. He needs to stay with him. Darrell Tweed a further 0.4 off Simpson. So again, we'll see Darrell coming into his own in the later parts of this race. So here we go. Michael Dunlop coming down the hill on the BMW. A 1:23.2. Michael Sweeney, but look at Marcus Simpson. Marcus Simpson in the slipstream, moves over to the right hand side. Surely he's not going to try anything this time round. And he tucks back in with Michael Sweeney. Michael Sweeney, that time a 125.0. Marcus Simpson a 124.6. And he's closed the gap, 0.2 of a second now. Then away through. That's Neil Kernahan on the BMW. Neil Kernahan, Keelan Canny just dropping back ever so slightly. Don Gilbert dropping to 11th now. Canny getting the better of Gilbert on that last lap. Gilbert a 129.2 that time round, so he's now starting to chase down Kernahan. Andy Farrell, look at Michael Gann. Michael Gann on Lee Hara, a double slipstream now with Andy Farrell. Lee Hara still has the inside line. He's going to try something, is he? So Michael Gann had to slip back in behind Lee Hara. So the gap now back to Michael Sweeney is 3.9 seconds. Marcus Simpson still chasing. Will he be even closer this time? 0.2 of a second. I don't think he can get much closer. Listen to the back end of BMW screaming for grip down this straightaway. Look at Marcus Simpson. Darrell Tweed is on a charge. He's now ahead. So Darrell Tweed staying ahead of Paul Jordan. Marcus Simpson moves over to the right hand side. I think he's made a move on Michael Sweeney. So Marcus Simpson up into second place now. Kevin Keys in 6th. 7th, James Chalk. And Brawley just dropping down the order there. So Neil Kernahan on corrected time up into 7th place. Damien Canny still ahead of Don Gilbert on that Parker Transport Yamaha. You see Gilbert taking a real wide sweeping line there in through turn 1. Andy Farrell still ahead of Lee Hara. But look at the Suzuki of Michael Gann. So Michael Gann on a charge there, number 222. Oh, Lee Hara, as they were then, Andy Farrell, Lee Hara and Michael Gann. So we look back up towards the Bray side then. Running way out to the grass there. Michael Dunlop dominating this race. A 123.2 for Dunlop. Fastest lap so far. Michael Sweeney still trying to hold off Marcus Simpson, but here comes Darrell Tweed and he's bringing Paul Jordan with him. Simpson again just pulls in behind Michael Sweeney that time round. Darrell Tweed, these two are going to start dicing it out, and that's going to give Darrell Tweed a chance to pull that ever bit closer to Marcus Simpson. And 0.6 of a second back only from Marcus Simpson. So he's in with a good chance of the last step of the podium here, but there's no doubting Michael Dunlop dominating this one as Don Gilbert goes through. He's up into 10th place now ahead of Keelan Canny and Richard Loughlin. Darrell Anderson, the number 8 machine, in 13th, and Dean McMaster 14th in the RNI Limited machine. Should be, oh, he's got himself in the mix here. Andy Farrell, Lee Hara. So again, Michael Gahan on a charge here. Andy Farrell, Lee Hara, Michael Gahan again in that same order as they behave themselves. Here he comes in, Michael Dunlop. 3 laps to go for Dunlop. Fastest lap again, a 122.7. So close to the lap record pace. Sweeney, Simpson, Tweed and Jordan all the way through there. Simpson moves over to the middle of the track. He's just looking for something, but look how close the Tweed is to him now. 0.4 seconds off Marcus Simpson. So Darrell Tweed has closed that gap right up now through turn 1. He needs to get the drive of Gorton so he can have it all lined up coming out of McAdoo's. So a great start there for Jordan. He's on that Supersport machine now. We've got a red flag. So So we've got a red flag, unfortunately, in this open invitation race. So if we hear anything, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be soon to let you know. Okay, YouTube viewers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in, subscribing, and can't thank you enough for the super chats and everyone involved in the chat. It's been good crack today, great racing, and that will be called a result because there was only 3 laps to go. So ladies and gentlemen, please tune in tomorrow morning again where we continue the racing with the senior support, followed by the lightweight Supersport and the Moto 3. Don't forget Michael Dunlop is out on that Moto 3 machine with the 125s and 300s. And then we will go on to the Supersport race. That's race 4, followed by the Open B race, race 5. Race 6 is the lightweight classic. And then we will have the Super Twins out for race 7. Supersport B is race 8. Loads of racing. Tomorrow, race 9 is the Junior Classic. The Open A for race 10. Then we'll have a Junior Support A, Junior Support B, race 12. The Senior Unlimited Classic, and then the big one, it's the Cookstown 100B race, followed by the Cookstown 100A race for race 15 at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, and from what I've heard, it's a minor incident there. So, but there was a wee bit of a mess on the track. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you, and we'll get packed up and we'll be up bright and early tomorrow morning for the machines going out onto the track. Don't forget to share and tell your friends. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.